Morning, just a sound check for everybody joining in, just to make sure your sound is working. Good seeing everybody coming in. We're expecting a lot of colleagues joining today. Just busy admitting everybody to the meeting. Before
morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Eddie. Sounds perfect. Morning.
Thank you.
Morning, Harry. The sound is good this side.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the session. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Were allegedly brutally beaten by shovel-wielding officers in Pretoria on Saturday. This video.
Those who joined, good morning. Just sound check for you guys. Check the sound is working.
Yeah, good morning. It's working. The sound is okay for me.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
Morning.
People joining. We're just admitting more people to the event. Lots of colleagues coming in. Guys, just remember to stay on mute, please. Well, good morning, everybody. Great seeing everybody joining in. We still have lots of people joining, but while they are joining, let's do a little bit housekeeping, say good morning to each other and so on. We've got also a number of people on YouTube following. So it's great having lots of people with us today. All right, please remember to keep yourselves on mute. We do a meeting scenario, not a webinar. A webinar is where, for interesting sake, a webinar is where only the panelists can share their screens and so on. We're doing a meeting. So we allow more effective communication, but we have to manage it, obviously. So please keep yourself on mute so that we don't have too many background noises. Yeah, so it is obviously month of transport. So we're going to have lots of fun today. With lots of exhibition booths, virtual breakout rooms we use as exhibition booths, and we're going to have lots of fun. So we're looking forward to this. We have been looking forward to this event for quite some time. And we had many dry runs with our kind exhibitors and sponsors, and lots of prizes to be won. That's also one of the big things today. I think in total there's about 60 prizes that you guys can win today by being sharp. The carrot is obviously you need to stay to the end of the event to not to be disqualified to get your prize. And yeah, so let's have a look at our program for today. And I would love to share my screen with you. There we go. So we're talking, and it's today, the 7th of October, 2021. It's our month of transport event. And we're talking about the impact of COVID-19 and civil unrest on transportation and infrastructure provision. Now, we proudly hosted today by University of Johannesburg. And University of Johannesburg has actually been part of the Transport Forum for many, many years. Dr. Josh Mageto will do the official welcome and introduce us to the faculty. So we're very thankful to them. And as you can see on the program, at 9:15, there will be a session where you can visit booths. And again at 12 o'clock, all right? So how it's going to work at 9:15, around about 9:15, we will invite you to join a breakout room. And I'll talk you through it just now. And then you'll have 10 minutes where you can meet the people in the breakout room and the obviously hosting company that is going to present you in that booth. Then after 10 minutes, you will be invited to join another room again. And then you'll have another 10 minutes again. And each one of those sessions, you'll be able to win a prize. The majority, most of the companies do have prizes. Some of them have a company policy, they can't do it. So we obviously will, respect that. But the majority, the most of them will be able to give you prizes. And then at 12 o'clock, we're going to do the same thing again. So lots of fun there. But okay, so I would like to recognize our sponsors because, everything that we do here is, complimentary. And we've got kind sponsors and alliances that's making this possible for us. And these are the companies, and most of them you're going to meet now in this breakout rooms. So our formal alliances are South African Association of Freight Forwarders, South African Express Parcel Association, South African Bus Operators Association, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, and the African Rail Industry Association. So we're very proud in having them as formal alliances to the Transport Forum. We've got media houses supporting us. And those media houses are, for example, Railways Africa magazine, Freight News magazine, and Engineering News. So we're extremely proud in having them. There's obviously many other media houses that's also, attending the Transport Forum and giving us exposure, and we're extremely, thankful for that. But please subscribe to these media houses and be, informed what's happening in the transport sector. So important to be informed. Then we have our gold sponsors to the Transport Forum. We've got C-Track being there from the start, Global Trade Solution, Sutari, JC Auditors, Unitrans, University of Johannesburg, BitAir Cargo, Ability, Inwe Risk Services, Kuba's Payment Solutions, Abunia Capital. We've got Economist, Mike Schussler supporting us. Standard Bank, they plan to take up a breakout room at the hiccup this morning, so they actually making some prizes available, even not being able to take up the breakout room anymore. With Easy Clear, and we've got Huawei. So we're very proud in having them on board. I would like to stop the share, and the engineering news actually made us a video available, some updates, what's happening in the industry. So just bear with me. I would like to just share this with you. It will take me a second to bring it up here.
Hello and welcome to the roundup of this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 8 October 2021. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly senior online writer Madeleine Alnaldi discovers how a hydroelectric project is set to boost the green credentials of a giant DRC-based copper complex. While Kamoa Copper in the Democratic Republic of Congo is on track to become the second largest copper mining complex globally, it's also poised to be among the greenest of copper mines since it's completely powered by hydroelectricity. The Engineering News features focus on pumps, where pump systems are optimized through energy-saving assessments. Manufacturing, where load shedding hinders holistic growth. And harbour and offshore services, where there's potential growth for the South African shipping sector. The Mining Weekly features focus on mining in West Africa, where cooperation is crucial to West African development. And motors, drives and mechanical power transmission, where innovation brings benefits but also poses challenges. This week's business leader is Murray Crowe, MD of Electrolux South Africa. And as this week's cartoon shows, South Africa's exports could face seemingly unfair treatment as the EU prepares to implement tariffs on carbon-heavy products. We hope you enjoyed this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly, the magazine that offers you news about developments in the real economy. Happy reading and see you next time.
Great, thank you, Engineering News. This is great. Let's get back to our program again. Oh yes, before we do that, I just want to remind you of our business directory. Transport Forum has got extremely popular business directory. Lots of companies are being listed here. And they're telling us that they're getting lots of hits, attention from the Transport Forum, and we've outsourced this as a BE initiative to Olga Mashilo, Berlin Bondle consultant. There's Olga Mashilo's number, so you can contact her, and she can help you to get your company listed with the Transport Forum's business directory. Very nice, categorized, and so on. So you'll also receive, after this event, you will receive an email, thanking you obviously for the event and requesting your feedback on this event. That's extremely important, the feedback. And the feedback also then will allow you to request whether you want Olga to contact you to get your listing done. All right, so just quickly, our presentations made available today will be available from the Transport Forum's website. You can download them then from there, and actually you can download all presentations over the past 14 years, more than 900 presentations, very popular. So you need to log in. So you do not have a user account of the Transport Forum yet, it's complimentary. You can select sign up, and using the sign up function, you can create your own account, complimentary, and you can log in and you can then go to events, select downloads, and you can use the search engine to get the documentation you were interested in. So the top field there, you can type in either the person's name or surname or a topic, and you hit search, and it will search for 14 years worth of content. Or you can at category select today's date, for example, and hit search, and it'll bring up all the presentations presented today. So very powerful. Okay, looking at our program for today, we've got Dr. Josh Mongetu, who's doing the official welcome for us. We've got Mike Schussler, the economist, can talk about the role of the transport sector in the growth of our economy, very important. And Skumbuzo Makazoma from Sonral, the CEO, is can talk about agility and business continuity in times of major catastrophic events. We've got Warwick Lord, CEO of the Caterham Logistics Hub Consortium, supply chain resilience by the introduction of multimodality. And Moshi Matlolin, unfortunately, Moshi, Transnet had a fire last night at Richards Bay, so he's rushing off there. So they're giving us Vikesh to present on his behalf, and they're going to talk about lessons learned and the road ahead to NPA, Transnet National Ports Authorities. Then we'll have questions and answers. We will have visiting the booths again, lots of fun there. And then the second half is Marcela Ntlapo, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Rail Industry Association. So you're going to talk about an economic case for third-party access. Mr. Trevor Tigler is the General Manager at Lanseria Airport. He's going to talk about lessons learned and the road ahead for Lanseria Airport. And Simbugisene Kati is the COO of Transnet Pipelines, and he's going to talk also about their lessons learned and the road ahead. And then we'll have questions and answers again. So keep your questions for the panel discussions or the questions and answers sessions. We'll talk you through it where you can unmute yourself and ask questions, or in the chat room, you're welcome to post your questions there. But let's start the exciting stuff. We're going to visit booths now, and you'll have people waiting for you in these different booths. So we're going to request you now, you will be able to go to your, to the bottom of your screen. You'll see there's breakout rooms. So you can go now to breakout rooms, don't do it yet, but you can go to breakout rooms and you can select yourself which breakout room you would like to join. And then should you choose not to join one, then we will allocate you into one. Then it's sort of a surprise for you, where you will end up. Then we'll send a message to everybody, okay, start your presentations. We know it will take a minute or two because there's a lot of people joining the different rooms. And the presentations will start for about 10 minutes. They'll run the competition if relevant. Then we'll send a broadcast message to everybody that you have to select join another breakout room. So then you'll join your second breakout room, and you'll have another 10 minutes again with a competition, listening to them. And then you'll leave the breakout rooms back to the main room again. We will then commence with Dr. Josh Mongetu doing the welcome for us. So everybody, please now go and select join a breakout room of your choice. I'll give you a minute or so, and then I will allocate you randomly to breakout rooms, those you haven't chosen yet. So enjoy it. Go for it. Select a breakout room.
Harry?
Yes, sir.
Where do I find my breakout room at the bottom? You said at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, at the bottom of your screen, or you can click on more. You'll see there's breakout rooms.
Oh, okay. I think, Harry, you're going to have to allocate me to Cuba.
Okay, I'll do that.
Morning, Harry. How do I select a breakout room? I can see the list, but do I click on Saboa or what do I do?
Yes, there should be a thing saying join.
Oh,
Morning, Harry. It's Ray. Can you allocate me to Saboa, please?
Right, let's do that.
Harry, yes, I need help as well, please. Put me in Saboa.
Who else was talking to me now? Carl Snyman.
Yes.
Saboa, Carl.
Yeah. Thanks. Oh, there's the join thing coming up now.
All right. Okay, I'm trying to allocate you guys to rooms, those who haven't chosen yet. Guys following on YouTube, the people are now in breakout rooms. And so just bear with us, and we will be back with you soon. guys on YouTube, we just doing breakout rooms. Unfortunately, you guys can't attend that now. In future, we obviously will try and make another plan with this one. We being innovative here and using technology as far as and much as possible. So it's just another 10 minutes, then the program will start. Nice, Ian. Guys on YouTube, it's just another 4 minutes, then the program will start. Guys in the main room and on YouTube, we will start in 1 minute's time with the main program.
Hi, Harry, can we start?
We're almost done. We're just having people rejoining the main room, so we'll be there just now. Josh,
Okay.
with you in a second.
Thank you.
Just closing off all the breakout rooms, all the booths. All right, seems to me everybody is coming back again. Experiencing a challenge with the Zoom platform. The Transport Forum's got a large license, but for some reason they reduced us to 100 participants. So we're in the background trying to sort this out. Don't know what's going on there, but we will sort it out.
Harry, I have another complaint.
Yes, Oliver.
I've been to 2 rooms and neither room offered me tea, coffee, or any kind of refreshment, you know.
That's a challenge. That's a big challenge.
Yeah, no. Harry, Mario, I must say, when I looked this morning at the content, I was so excited to see, hey, there's going to be rooms that we're going to go into. And then I found out, no, it's actually breakout rooms. It's not real rooms.
It's speed dating.
Yeah, no, guys.
Yeah.
All right, so let's share my screen here and let's continue the event. So, ladies and gents, we being hosted by University of Johannesburg today, and we've got Dr. Josh Mageto, who is going to do the formal welcome for us. So, Josh, thank you very much for that. And over to you. Welcome to share your screen. Josh, maybe you're on mute.
Hello, Harry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so I'm trying to get the camera. I think after sharing many of
Now we can see your slides. Josh, we can see us.
Okay, very well. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, today's theme is about the impact of COVID-19 and civil unrest on transport and infrastructure provision. Now to start off, ladies and gentlemen of the Transport Forum, welcome to the 2021 Transport Month. Now, as you've been told, I am Josh Mageto, and it is my privilege and a pleasure on behalf of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg to welcome you here today. As the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management and ITLS Africa, we are delighted to host this event, that is the Transport Month of 2021. And we thank you very much for finding some time to participate in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you that South Africa has been in lockdown for the last about 560 days due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The transport service sector has been adversely disrupted, and among others, there has been massive job losses during this pandemic. Now, if I can use the words used by the Public Service Commission, they say that what we have experienced during this lockdown is a convergence of the virus and the violence. And all entities in the private sector and also the public sector have to come together to look for the best way of responding to these particular issues. of the virus and violence. And more especially, the transport sector should be able to come out clearly and create continuity in the business environment. Now, to paint the picture of what has happened during the pandemic, we see that there was massive job losses during the pandemic. If we look at this graph, you can see clearly that from March 2021 or 2020, there was a sharp decline in the number of jobs that were available. And these jobs have not risen. We've not yet got back to where we were before the pandemic. Now, what this means is that massive job losses impact the economy at large, because then demand for many of the services would usually go down. And one of the sectors that was adversely affected was the transport sector. So restricted movements meant that the job losses in other sectors, that is the non-agricultural, the formal sector, created a sharp decline in demand for the transport service. Now, this meant that some of the operators in the transport sector were pushed out of business, and this is a serious effect to the economy at large and also to the sector at large. Now, from a bigger picture, we find that from March 2020 to about June 2021, the decline in GDP was about 16%, and we expect that maybe there must be a change of thinking from government and also from private sector if we have to turn up the numbers around. Now, if we look at the various sectors, that is the non-agricultural sectors, we find that the transport sector has been affected, but then we can see the quarter-to-quarter change, which is positive. Though the year-to-year change is still negative at negative 1.5, but we are seeing that each and every quarter there is some improvement. So the expectation is that if this trend continues, then there is hope for recovery. There is hope for recovery. Now, from a consolidated point of view, we see that the earnings for the transport operators have been increased by about 11% from June 2020 to the current month. Now, when you look at infrastructure during the COVID-19 period, we see that there is decreased spend on infrastructure due to decrease in revenue. Many of the transport entities, that is the public transport entities, have faced very serious challenges, and one of the major challenges is revenue decline. So you can think of the likes of Airports Company South Africa, the likes of Sanlam and the others. All of them are facing serious challenges, especially when it comes to revenue generation. So what we have seen is a slow implementation of projects and a spending on road infrastructure, because many of the funds were being pushed towards the healthcare service. And also there is slow bid evaluation and the tender award, mainly because of the work from home, and also given that many of the works were not done as expected. So, but then when we look at the previous data, we find that although we can blame the pandemic on the issues related to infrastructure investment, there has been a decline in investment on infrastructure since 2017. However, the pandemic only made it worse. Then, when we look at the issue related to civil unrest, we all know that civil unrest, whenever it occurs, one thing that it affects mostly is the transport sector, because kind of it breaks down the flow of vehicles and also the flow of goods. We have seen destruction of property in various areas where there was violence. We have seen also effects of taxi violence in various areas, including Cape Town. But then the question I posed this morning to all the industry is that what are the triggers of civil unrest? Can we be able to accurately detect that there is a likelihood of civil unrest? And what tools do we need so that we can be able to have this accurate detection of this particular event? Then we can be able to plan and mitigate the effects of civil unrest. So the industry should be able to come up with ways of collecting relevant data that can be able to guide us on this particular event. So the civil unrest, what it has created generally is that it creates suspension of major transport services. For example, the most recent in July created a suspension of major transport services in rail, trucking, as well as depot services in Durban, Johannesburg, and some parts of Pretoria. Port terminals in Durban, which mostly depend on the hinterland, were also shut down due to unrest and also due to lack of labor. Now, some shipping lines suspended all road haulage and long and short distance traveling. Now, all these created delayed deliveries and also increased costs as cargo was diverted to other ports to avoid or to try and run away from the areas that were affected. Now, another issue that comes up is the safety of transport staff and the security of cargo and also the vehicles. So all in all, the question that we need to answer, we in the industry, is how can we be able to detect these issues of unrest so that we can be able to come up with a way of mitigating the effects well in advance before they occur or before we face the actual civil unrest. Then we find that if we have to go forward in the best way, we say that operators should develop recovery and resilience plans in the medium to long term. So that whenever we are in business, we should be thinking of resilience. How best can we be able to recover if there is any form of disruption? Now, we also realize that due to the pandemic, travel patterns are likely to change. So we expect that the transport policy should be revised to address current and future issues that will be the effects of or the aftermaths of this pandemic. Now, investment in transport infrastructure, such as airports, roads, port terminals, rail networks, they remain a key challenge for all the government agencies that are involved. So, but then they have to look for ways of raising the money so that they can be able to, make sure that they continue offering the services or the investments as expected. Corporate South Africa should also be prepared to address the problems of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, which seem to be the triggers of civil unrest. But then corporate South Africa may not do it by themselves. We call upon the political will that is very necessary for these issues to be addressed. Now, for the operators, we propose that the operators should develop agile systems that can collect sufficient data to help detect cases of civil unrest or any other disruption across the country to mitigate the effects in advance. So we expect that the business entities should invest in systems that can collect data globally, also to detect any disruptions on the global supply chains. So, ladies and gentlemen, we find that for us to be able to move forward, the most important thing that we need to do is to be resilient all the time. So we call resilience as the way forward. And As Mandela said, we tap from his wisdom that we will not charge you by your success, but how many times you fell down and got back again. So that the transport operators who have survived, we congratulate you. And for those who were pushed out of the business, we tell you that you can always come back in a better way. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to this event, and we wish you all the best in the deliberations of the day. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you so much, University of Johannesburg. We really appreciate you, excuse me, hosting us today. It's great to being part of University of Johannesburg for so many years, actually since the start. And we're blessed in being hosted by you today. Thank you. Excuse me, thank you very much. Ladies and gents, let's have a look at our program again. So our next presenter, our first presenter for the day, will then be Mr. Mike Schussler. And Mike's been a keen supporter of the Transport Forum for many years. Thank you very much, Mike, for that. And economist of economist.coza. And Mike is going to talk about the role of the transport sector in the growth of our economy. Thank you very much, Mike.
Hi, everyone. I just need someone to stop sharing their screen.
I've just stopped.
Okay. And then I'm just going to pretty much do this. Oh, sorry, no, that's not, let me just do the normal. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. What I'm quickly going to do is I'm going to give you a run through the actual world economy as people are viewing it right now. And I think that's an important route for us to look before we go to the transport part. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to look a bit at the South African economy, but mainly at the transport sector. Just something on commodities and a summary. I think that's what we're looking forward to, I hope. Anyway, let's do this. The crisis of last year was really phenomenal. It's the first time in roughly 100 years that the world has seen such a decline in the economy. It was caused by the pandemic and also by lockdowns right across the world, which was quite harsh. We don't have a 100% outcome, but you can see here a lot of the forecasters and estimates for last year are still over 3% drop. And for this year, most people are looking at 5.5% to 6.1%. That's 10 forecasters here. And that's their last forecast. Some of them obviously a few months ago, but most of them are fairly recent, August or September. And for next year, we're looking at about 4.5%, which shows you that there will be a bit of a slowdown, and the year after, probably even more so. But we're back. The world economy is back, and that's the main thing. I just want to see something here. Sorry. And I think that is what I'd like to look at the countries growing, and I'm going to get back into my rhythm now. You can see the countries that really got hammered last year, like Peru and India, are really bouncing back this year. South Africa is likely to bounce back quite a bit better than the 4.5 year. I think it's going to be over 5, but that's because we've adjusted our GDP as well, and the numbers are very different to what they were before, but that's a technical discussion. But I don't think we're going to get to 5.5% anymore. It looks like it's going to be a bit less than that. You can just see what the world's economies, or some of them, have done. I mean, a 53% increase in Vietnam between the second quarter of this year and the second quarter of last year shows you how big those bump backs can be. In the United Kingdom at 23%. So quite frankly, it's been a very big bounce back, helped by easy monetary policy, a lot of spending by governments. But virtually everywhere around the world, we're seeing very, very high growth rates. And here, South Africa also did quite well. That's the first red one here. And we bounced back nearly 20% from the low of the second quarter of last year to where we are now. Just something that's always in my mind these days, the world is moving eastward. If you look at the share of world GDP, by this year, China's GDP is bigger than that of the whole of the EU. Yes, the EU has been in a bit of a decline, and this is the EU without the UK. And that shows you that China's really caught up, where it's become the next superpower after the United States. It will probably catch up economically with the United States by about 2027, 2028. It doesn't mean that the Chinese are going to be richer than the USA. This is the total economy we're talking about. And the Chinese are obviously a lot more people, but it's been a very big success story. I'm a bit worried about their move to try and tamper capitalism, their sort of capitalism. That normally does not have good outcomes. But nonetheless, China has moved east, or is moving the center of the world east. And if you look at the rest of East Asia, you can see that there's another 18% of the world's manufacturing capacity there. Our manufacturing capacity in South Africa now is less than 0.1% of the world's manufacturing capacity. Not capacity, but output. And, you can see East Asia is 45%. That's of the value. So when we think about things like cars, we probably remember our grandparents telling us how bad Japanese cars were. And then our parents drove the Japanese cars. And then the parents told us how bad the South Korean cars are. And now we drive the South Korean cars, and we all talk about bad Chinese cars. Our children are about to drive Chinese cars because they make a third of all the motor vehicles in the world, half of all the trucks in the transport scene. So that just puts China in it. You can also see the world economy. I like the copper price. Not that South Africa's got so much copper, but what we've got here is something that really tracks the world economy. And every time there's a boom, we see the prices rise. And when there's a collapse, like in last year, we see the prices decline. And Dr. Copper, they call it, and he has a PhD, or she has a PhD in economics. And it was at the highest level in 8 years, but since then, it's come off quite a bit with close to 20%, which indicates that there's a slowdown happening in the world economy. And I'll tell you now a bit about the slowdown. We were very hard hit in South Africa here. Our GDP per capita declined back to about 2002 levels. This is on the back of the new data that we have now. But nonetheless, it was a big bounce back for us too. But on per capita terms, we're not back at the high point that we reached in 2014. And that's probably going to take us a while to get there, because it's not an easy thing to do, to grow continuously quicker than your population growth. And we would have to grow roughly about 3% for the next few years, which we're not sure if we can get that if we don't have the electricity and the water supply. But for us, it was the largest decline in 100 years. In 1920, we then had more agriculture and was a major drought, and the Spanish flu. So really, I think the good news is this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. We're already recovering. Our tax intake has really shot up because of our mining income. Just to put that into perspective, we've seen mining really earn the country a lot of extra money. Our output isn't much higher. Our output is in fact lower than it was in, say, 2016, 17, and 18. But the price that we earn for our commodities the last year is over 27 billion a month more. That alone adds about 5.8% to GDP. Doesn't mean it's direct into GDP, but that's the sort of thing that we can see is starting to help our tax take. Just a very quick look, if we look at June this year, and you can see there's a massive recovery in tourism, but the problem is we only had about 2% of tourism. Now we're at 6%, so it says to you of what it was. You know, here you are, it's a 200% increase. So sometimes increases are a bit funny, and the same applies to passenger transport, but you can see sea freight, land freight and air freight have done quite well, and I'll go into that just now. But overall, you can see there's still some sectors struggling, particularly manufacturing. It's down still 5% from March, or it's not recovered fully, and yet it's gone back. I like showing this graph before I go into the transport arena. When we talk about going east, when we talk about everything, just think how the world is changing. And this is maybe not going to be the end game, but on a 12-month moving average basis, the Chinese sold 2.5 million electric vehicles in the year to September. That is an amazing achievement. What's also an amazing achievement, they've got 900,000 places already where you can refill your juice of the electric vehicle or charge it. So we're looking at a very different environment where we're going to be playing in. I don't think trucks are going to go electric as quickly yet. I think that'll take a long time. I think Africa specifically doesn't have the charging infrastructure or the electricity supply yet. So we'll still live with diesel and petrol cars for quite some time. I also think that hydrogen cars might take a market share later, but we'll have to see. But just think about it. This is a very different environment we're living in. Our total freight index, which includes 6 sectors, it includes road, rail, sea, air, pipelines, and storage, has really recovered. You can see the damage that the lockdown did. And we dropped literally from about, before the lockdown, about 105 index points, right down to about 76 index points. We're now back. We went to 110. We were near or close to record levels, but we've dropped back a bit. And part of that reason, obviously, is the supply chain disruptions, which I'll get to now. But you can see we are very much like the leading indicator of the South African Reserve Bank, and we're similar to the coincident indicator, but I would say we're probably about a month or so ahead of the leading indicator, which gives you a very good idea what's going to happen with the economy. And as you can see, that drop back, the slowdown in growth is quite significant, from about a 25% recovery, but obviously that's from a low base. So now we're at 10%, which is still a lowish base, but you can see there is a slowdown in growth happening. If we take a look at this, all the sectors on a quarter ago, what really got hit now is sea freight and air freight, our international sector. Yes, rail is also down. I'll talk about rail just now. But to me, pipelines just seem to be on a different planet. Not with growth only, it's just out of sync with the rest. But the air freight, or the pipelines, went out of sync last year. So that's also part of our supply chain story. The air freight and the sea freight, air freight at the moment, sea freight prices are up, and I'll go into that. But because of that, a lot more people are using air freight. And because the first world, if you wish, or the advanced countries can afford to pay more, I think they're taking a lot more of the planes, the freight planes, than otherwise would be the case. I think also air freight in South Africa will come back. And this was probably just more a pause because of the rest of the world. Because if we look over a year ago, then air freight was the second best sector. Pipeline's the best, but I would say it's a very small sector. Air freight, storage, and road freight, everything was making a comeback. Rail is not quite there, and I'm a bit concerned about that. If I look over here, you can see the big falls in sea freight and air freight. Air freight got hit the most by far. And now we're seeing that take another slight knock. But on a year ago basis, as I said, it's still up on a 3-month average. When we look at the recovery, yes, it was a superb recovery, but we have come down quite a bit in air freight. But I hope that we see some return to the growth scenario, but it was quite sudden, and I think it has to do with timing of the planes. Air freight around the world, if you look here a year ago basis, South Africa is not doing too bad there. On a year ago basis, we're still up 42%, but remember, it was a very big hit because a lot of the air freight uses passenger freight planes, and they weren't available. The borders closed for passengers, and that meant the planes also disappeared. But you can see around the world how air freight is making a comeback. Look at Spain and Switzerland, above 60%. The Chinese domestic air freight, also because of shortages that they have in other forms of transport, probably 47% up because COVID hit them earlier. So we can see all around how air freight has made a comeback, and we didn't do too badly. But right now, everybody wants planes. There's a shortage of planes and there's a shortage of containers, and I'll go into that in the next slide. But here you can just see the sea container movement on a year ago. It's up nearly 10% the world, and we in South Africa are just at 5% up. But the next month we could be at 10% ourselves because there's a very big up and down movement. And remember, this is still impacted by the violence and the unrest that KwaZulu-Natal had. Here is the slide I'd like to just stay on a little bit. My feeling is, if I look at the amount of ships vessels in the ocean, I can see bulk carriers increase with nearly, the number of them increase with nearly 50%. There's only about 5,000 something container ships around the world, and they've improved with 10%. But if you look at the container throughput, in other words, the amount of containers going through ports, that's up nearly 40%. So there's a shortage of container ships. That's what's starting to happen. There's also a shortage of containers because another thing that's happened is with all the delays, it's not just Durban and so on that has delays these days. It's Los Angeles, Long Beach, Shanghai. Everybody's in a delayed position. And the fact was caused by all these lockdowns and COVID, all the rule changes. The ships ended up being out of place. They weren't synced. And with that, it meant that the ships had to wait longer at sea. So more containers were on the ships than, and for a longer period of time. And the fact of the matter is every delay means there's less containers for people to rent. And so the container prices are shooting up. It now costs you, because of the delays as well, it's a 10-fold increase from $1,800 a container between China and America. It's now $18,000 because you're going to wait 3 weeks outside of Los Angeles, probably around 2.5 weeks outside of Shanghai. So you're going to be stuck for 5 extra weeks. And with that, and that there's a shortage of these containers, and that there's a shortage of ships, the price of moving a container has really rocketed. And here you can see the Harper-Peterson index. This is the worldwide one, shot up from about $460 a container to $3,900 a container. It's an index scale, but it is a dollar scale. And now bulk goods are also moving up, although we did grow bulk containers by 50% because of the high prices that we saw. And that kept prices low for a long time. But right now, because of the increase in world trade, the misplacement of ships there, that's also starting to see an increase. And that's quite a hectic increase from as well, because it's from about 1,500 index points to 4.5. So it's a 300% increase. These are big increases, there's big delays, and it is starting to impact the world economy. And we'll talk about the world's inflation just now. If I look at the next slide with you, you can see how we're faring compared to the world. Over a longer period of about 12, 13 years, you can see that the world throughput of containers, everyone took a hit, but it's now past its previous record. And that's the point. It is far, far more things are moving on containers now, and the world trade has grown despite COVID, despite everything else. And probably also because of it, people want things now. They want their computer at home, not just at work. And they want an extra mobile phone because they've now got to deal with a different situation where they only had one office, they now have two. So these things have really taken off. And you can see here in South Africa, the violence has definitely impacted our container shipment, but we haven't kept pace with the rest of the world. So as a percentage of the world, we're becoming smaller. We're about 0.5% of it now. Just to put it into context, there's 900 million container movements in 2019. Of those, or containers that were moved, doesn't mean that that's how many containers. That was the throughput of all the containers in the world. We did 4.7 million of that. So you can see we're around 0.5% of the world's container traffic, and it's probably going to get less, that share. And if you think, you know, we're okay. Yes, we did grow. We grew with about 8% over the last decade. This is to 2019. These are World Bank numbers, and I got hold of them because I wanted to have a look at African ports. What was clear and amazing is that we're only in 21st place. The other 20 ahead of us, here they are. So if you take 100 off, that gives you the percentage increase. So Togo is 326% increase. If you think Durban is still the biggest harbor in Africa, you'll be, or South Africa is the biggest handler of container. That's Egypt long time ago, and Morocco is now handling more than we are. So if you look at that, Morocco has increased virtually 100% in a year or 10 years. So we're looking at this situation here, and you can see, yes, forget COVID now for a minute, but Africa is starting to show quite significant growth in the movement of containers. Some African countries are starting to move into manufacturing, not just South Africa and Egypt, but we're seeing a massive move in Ethiopia, and we're seeing massive increases in some other smaller African countries, yes, from low bases. And we can see the same with shipping starting to happen. So Ethiopia doesn't really have a port here, but that just shows you where the movements are going to. And, you know, small countries like Seychelles are still very much smaller than us, but they've had solid growth. And that movement of Ethiopia, by the way, has helped Somalia, which is a country at war. Terrorists roam free, the government doesn't have control, but they had over 100% increase in container traffic in the last decade. It's absolutely phenomenal what's going on here in Africa as such. Storage and pipelines, I think on pipelines is somebody else speaking, but you can see last year's mess here started later for them. I think it was because there was a storage problem of oil. So people started pumping up oil in April and so on. There was still oil being pumped into the Gauteng storages and stuff. Because remember, there was a situation where everybody had oil and oil kept pumping, but nobody was driving and nobody was flying. And that left the world with just too much oil. Now we're at the other end of this. So we'll see what happens. There you can see the recovery. Storage is a strange phenomena. It seems to, I think it's like a concertina. It goes up and down. This is seasonally adjusted, by the way. It just is something that continues to grow, but it has very big swings. It's very volatile. I'm not always sure what it is, and I think it's something that the University of Johannesburg should have somebody write a PhD on or something, because it's quite an interesting phenomena. And I'm not sure if we've always got it right, so we can see. The rail has sort of kept up till 2017 on road. They were doing the same cycle. You can see here in the last while, when the downturn came, it really hit the railways a lot harder. Yes, they recovered quite a lot bigger, but that's because of the crisis they had. But right now, it's not going anywhere. And the signs were already there from about 2017 that they were growing at a lesser rate if you smoothed it than road. Right now, I think in general, in general cargo, using my old database and updating it, I think we're looking at about an 8% market share in general freight for rail, whereas in early 1990s, they were at 28% rail market share. So it's a very big difference. We can see in different countries how rail is faring. I don't have the whole world. It's difficult to get hold of this stuff on a basis where you get it in let's say, with a month or three's delay. But you can see India as also probably the recovery from COVID lockdown that they had, and Spain. Most of these places have grown, or some of them that have declined less than us. So I think we need to have a look. And yes, 1 year is not a great thing only, and it's a difficult year. But I think South African rail is getting behind everything. Road is interesting in that we've had a very good recovery in road in a way, but this is over 5 years. And it shows you, we are completely, if we had to look at road traffic only, you would think the South African economy is booming. The reason that road is so strong is because of the collapse, not collapse maybe, but the losing of market share of rail. And without that, I think road would probably be at around a 7 to 10% sort of thing, where the Denmarks of this world is. For Denmark, this is just the big bridge for the last 2.5 years. It's between Sweden and Denmark. And obviously that makes for an interesting situation where this bridge is really starting to draw traffic. Switzerland is partly up because of the new tunnels that they've had, and people drive through there now. But it's interesting that basically road all around the world seems to be doing quite well, whereas rail isn't doing that well. This is just the N3 in Tugela. Just out of interest, when the press said that they saw that there was 1,200 trucks back on the road, and they thought it was back to normal. 1,200 trucks on the N3 is nothing. I mean, we've spoken about this, Harry, myself, and many others, but we're now at 6,330 trucks, if we take a 3-month average, that go on the N3, and that is not more, Marion Hill, where it's right in the beginning and so on. I'm talking in Tugela, in the middle. And when we measure the N11 on the same scale in the middle, we're looking at 1,750 trucks there. So we think there's some going via the N2 Amela up to Gauteng, but very few. But we think in combined, we're probably looking at 8,300 trucks a day making use of the routes between Durban, broadly speaking, and the PWC area, if you wish. So the value of those goods transported every day can be anything between 2 and 5 billion rand a day. This is huge money. So when the crisis hit us, it hurt us very hard. I think it's very likely to be closer to 3 billion. I think that's the more likely one, but it could be, even 3.5 billion would be very sane. 1.8 is probably not sane, but I mean, it would be too low, but 2.5 billion could be, and so on. So around 3 billion rand of goods move every day between the coast and the inland. Obviously, we're talking in both directions now. So that shows you how important Transnet, well, or not Transnet just, but I mean, transport is overall, because you can add rail to this. Rail will be much less in value, but that is the fact. If I look at the next few slides, just a very quick summary. The one thing that's kept us going is that our core mineral prices have really gone up. It doesn't show rhodium here, but they went up with 3,000%. All of a sudden, we were making 3.5 billion rand a month out of rhodium. But the platinum group metals did very, very well. Coal did very, very well. Platinum itself didn't do so well, but if you look at palladium, that would be very much up. So our main commodities went up. We know the metals index and the United States interest follows each other. So we are most certainly sort of a metals exporter, also now becoming a bit of an agriculture exporter. The 27 billion extra a month I spoke about, there's 24 billion a month extra from mining, but 3 billion from agriculture. So agriculture is starting to play quite a good role, in a supportive role, and it helps in certain areas. But interest rates are likely to remain low. I can't see them remaining this low all the time. But here you can see in Switzerland, if you put your money in the bank, you actually get less out because they have negative interest rates. But it's not just America, it's all around the world that we're seeing these low interest rates. And that's now starting to impact world export prices and the world inflation. And we have the highest inflation rate now since 2008 or so. We have the highest export prices since 2011, 12, around there. And that certainly says to me that interest rates, while they remain low, they will start lifting them. They will have to at least send a message that we are prepared to act against inflation, because I think the central banks of the world have lost that message. They all got very scared during COVID. I think inflation worldwide is probably going to be surprising on the upside, even here in South Africa. So that will become the next thing that we get worried about. But I think at the moment, interest rates will not move that much in the advanced countries, probably 25 basis points or 50 basis points, but nothing to write home about. Ourselves, our interest rates are going to remain low. But let's just put it this way. Somehow South Africa made it through the COVID crisis without government help to the businesses. People carried on as best they could. There was at least help from the UIF. For employees. There was private sector help. The Oppenheimers and the Ruperts put in money to the Solidarity Fund, so did many others to help. There wasn't a government program to much of business. It was also very much delayed if it did take place. Interest rates helped. They lowered them. So we are seeing, we've seen a very big recovery. I don't think we'll get restrictions ramped up again. We are recovering, but the shock was huge. We must remember, we haven't even got the 2.7% of GDP that foreign tourists net bring into the country. We haven't got that back at all. So if we didn't have the mining boom, we would feel a lot poorer, and we wouldn't have the tax money and so on that we're getting out of the mining. So it is basically our recovery has done very, very well. It's basically a guts and glory thing, plus, let's say, the commodity prices, which has helped the primary industries, which has pumped money into other industries. But ultimately, I think it's the commodity boom. There are some ifs and buts. There are some areas where we've done very, very well in, and others we haven't. But I think that we're starting to see that things will settle now, hopefully, and we'll get back to a normality. We also need government to get its house in order still. It cannot carry on being very populist. It cannot carry on being this thing which gives money to a lot of poor people. It's got to make a choice. It's either we're going to get jobs or we're going to have poor people for a long time and we're going to bail them out all the time. So that's a political argument maybe, but that's something to look at. But government's going to have to get its house in order. Electricity supply needs to be fixed, water supply, road infrastructure, rail infrastructure. Ports are very much delayed. Looking at port infrastructure, South Africa is moving down the list of competitive ports because of our infrastructure shortage there. Basically, that's our biggest thing. Our pipelines are good. Our national road network is good, but the sub context of that is once you get off it, there are big problems. And even SANRAL is under severe financial strain. I'll leave it there. Thank you. I'll answer the questions in the talking thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, if we only can get the rails sorted in this country, it will help a lot, surely. Thank you very much for this good summary. We really appreciate it, spreading a lot of light of what's happening in our country. Looking forward to engage you in the questions and answers, Mike. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, I just want to mention to you that the Transport Forum do have a large account. This meeting can go up to 500 attendees. For some reason, Zoom is restricting us today to 90, up to 100. So I'm in the background already talking to Zoom, trying to figure out what's going on. So there's some bug in Zoom here, definitely. So our apologies for that for all the colleagues who can't attend. We sent a message to everybody saying that they can join through the YouTube channel as well. So our apologies for this, is beyond our control. But okay, ladies and gents, our next presenter is Mr. Skhumbuzo Makazoma. He's the CEO of South African National Roads Agency Limited. And he's going to talk about agility and business continuity in terms of major catastrophic events, SANRAL's infrastructure delivery experience during COVID-19 and civil unrest. Thank you very much, Skhumbuzo.
Thanks, Harry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Skhumbuzo.
I'm hoping you can see my presentation.
Yes, can you please switch on your camera? Is it possible?
Yes, let me do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all sorted now.
Sorted, thank you.
Thank you very much. So thanks to Mike and the economist.co.za for an interesting presentation. It's always refreshing to listen to economists analyze what's happening in our country and contextualize it to our own business environment. Just to say that yesterday I participated in the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium that's obviously convened by the presidency, continuing today with the president and dignitaries. We had a transport-focused session there that I facilitated, and I must say there were quite encouraging presentations from the rail sector. Transnet was there, PRASA was there. There's also an exciting initiative to create a corridor between Gauteng and the Eastern Cape in anticipation of the high volumes of vehicle manufacturing that will be happening over the medium term. So there seems to be a more action-oriented initiative now to try and physically effect change to the balance of the share of freight that moves by road and rail in our country. So that was quite encouraging. I'm hoping that that will kick in at some point and we will start seeing changes with regards to what Mike was sharing. Back to my presentation, I'm Skhumbuzo Makazoma, the outgoing CEO of SANRAL. I've had the pleasure of leading this organization, of course, for the last 5 years. My topic is agility and business continuity in times of major catastrophic events. SANRAL's infrastructure delivery experience, in particular as it relates to COVID-19 and civil unrest. Of course, there's a far bigger story to share with SANRAL, and I tried to share a bit of it yesterday. I'm trying to move. Yeah, I'm trying to see which of the keys will move, Mike. I am not able to move. Is it still not moving on your end?
No, it's not moving.
Okay, let me try exit and share again. We might just be experiencing. If all else fails, you must do it the 101 way. There we go.
There we go.
Right. So I just thought, as an engineer, it's always important to start with definitions so that we don't misinterpret what we're trying to communicate. So catastrophic events in their nature, they are crises, and they are foreseen or unforeseen. So we always try and use the excuse that they were not foreseen, but there's enough evidence of big catastrophes that were foreseen, but for some reason could not be stopped, in which case your best chance is to mitigate it as far as possible. They tend to disrupt the norm, usually with very devastating impact. They require a responsive crisis management plan. You don't just respond with what you do normally. That's not how you deal with a crisis. Crisis management works better if it's superimposed on a sound baseline program or plan. If it finds you disorganized, chances are it's going to have more devastating impact on you than if it finds you well organized. Crises can be prepared for, even though you can't stop some of them. You can ensure that they land on a much better cultivated land. And successful execution of a crisis management plan is not automatic. So we've seen enough evidence of people who would say they've documented crisis management plans and they are ready. But when they are hit hard, almost caught off guard when the plan is there. And that's because things don't just run normally, as predictably as they would under normal circumstances. Even when you've got systems in place. In a crisis, there must be active management, which is much more closely and tightly monitored with rapid decision-making than you would under normal circumstances. So in the SANRAL environment, I thought it would be useful to just break it down like this in terms of how COVID-19 and the civil unrest that happened in July affected us. So the coding of blue speaks primarily to COVID-19, and the coding of red speaks to the unrest. So you can see how our business operations were affected. COVID-19, more majority on the first three items, and civil unrest, more majority on the bottom three. So there were definitely disruptions of traditional business operations. I mean, we could not publish tenders the way that we used to. In fact, there was a time when under lockdown level 5, there was a moratorium from National Treasury on the issuing of tenders. Meetings could not be held because offices were closed, and you couldn't have people, congregate in boardrooms and so on. Audits were difficult to do, particularly if your environment still relied heavily on paper. There were closures of offices, as I said, and construction sites in our case. So not just the issue of tenders being awarded, but construction work that needed to happen that couldn't happen because you couldn't get to site and do it. And you didn't want people getting together anyway at the time. Disruptions of toll operations, possibly the one big area of leakage in SANRAL's revenues. Road maintenance was an issue, of course, because even when people were not driving as they normally did, you still had all the emergency services that were permitted to use our roads, using roads, and you still needed to make sure that roads were in good condition. Loss of income, I started to talk on that a bit. So from an ANDRA's perspective, the closure of key corridors, of course, is a topical issue, and the N3 was the biggest focus at the time. But of course, the N2 as well, around the Durban area, was significantly affected. And then the damage to toll infrastructure, toll office facilities, as well as vehicles that, of course, were satellite on roads, not only blocking these key routes, but also damaging the infrastructure underneath them. So what do? You've got these crises that hit you. As I was saying, you need to have fundamentals in place for you to come out a lot better. So clear vision and strategy, we found in our case, assisted us greatly to navigate these very, very challenging times. So what did Sunwell do? As far back as 2017, we launched Horizon 2030, which is our long-term strategy. Of course, it sets the trajectory of how we want to contribute to the National Development Plan, since a lot of the work that Sunwell does underpins the success of the other elements of the National Development Plan. So we identified in 2017 the need to roll out an ICT reform process to ensure that Sunwell has more agility in the way that it reacts to possibilities as well as challenges in the market as we move forward. So we developed ICT 2023, which we launched in 2018. And with that, we were very clear in what we wanted to achieve. Number one, we wanted to modernize. So we spent a lot of money recapitalizing our IT infrastructure, all basic major infrastructure, as well as end user platforms and industrial systems like our IT system and some of our ITS infrastructure that we've got deployed across our network. We wanted to be connected, so we spent a lot of money improving fiber connectivity across our offices. Of course, we've got 5 offices across the country. We're currently in the tail end of upgrading our WAN system, which is also something that we had decided back then to improve connectivity. We decided then we want to be wireless and started investing in the wireless network. Our offices are now completely wireless. And we introduced tele and video presence, which of course has changed how we do business in the organization. And you will see, as I will demonstrate in our response, how it stood us in good stead once COVID hit us. We chose to go paperless back then, and we're well on our way in that regard. Knowledge management has been a strong focus at Sunwell now. We're transcending from the old paper-based document management system to a more electronically based, well-organized, not people-dependent knowledge management system. As you know, at Sunwell, we are now experiencing an era where you've got a lot of the old, traditionally white engineers retiring with a lot of knowledge in their heads, which needs to be harnessed. So it was very important that we have a system to do that, so that the more younger, more transformed cohort of engineers are able to be onboarded and assisted to gather speed and knowledge of how systems work to be able to ensure continuity in the work that we do. We're currently also in the middle of updating our enterprise management system that we use for document management and OneDrive to collaborate better within the organization. We chose to go digital, embracing a lot of the technologies and opportunities that come with the fourth industrial revolution. So we've moved our backup facilities and major storage requirements, of course, to cloud, as everybody else has done. We've embraced smart roads as what we are geared to deliver as a national roads agency. We're concluding advanced engagements with Girotech, for instance, and some other progressive industry players to have a test facility, the first one in South Africa, that is going to investigate all of the smart road technologies, whether it's electric vehicles, self-drive vehicles, all of the elements that will be required to embrace smart. And of course, we are the first entity in this country to roll out a full suite of SAP4 S4HANA. We participated in the global awards of S4HANA in a couple of weeks ago, based on the rollout of our program here in South Africa. And that has helped us really to perform work in a much smarter way than we did before. This has made remote work possible for us from 2019 already, significantly reducing inter-office and inter-provincial travel. I've not been to regional offices since March last year, but I don't miss anybody because I see them, interact with them every day. Server and system upgrades could support data demands of electronic business processes and remote activities a lot better. Relatively easy transition to electronic tender processes. Relatively easy, I say, not seamless and smooth. Claims processing, auditing, and reporting. Promotion of cashless solutions. You could do that, of course, because technology was already there. And it helped to remove the politics and allow technology to do what it does best. When people had views about cash cards and e-tags, you know, the risk of exchanging hard cash with cash operators in our toll booths made it more sensible for people to prefer card solutions or the e-tag. SAP S4HANA, as I say, enabled us to transcend into the new normal a lot easier than we would have had we not deployed it. So with that strategic foresight, you then need to have structure so that you are ready and you are able to respond. And this is, you know, some of the work that Samuel then did in responding to the challenges that we were facing. So in relation to COVID-19, from a preparedness perspective, we set up the COVID-19 task force much earlier than government started to coherently coordinate a response to COVID-19. Much before the National COVID-19 Coordinating Committee was set up, we already had a task force. Much more earlier, before government decided to lock down and prohibit international travel, for instance, we had stopped it. And with telepresence, we had significantly reduced interprovincial travel as well. So we were much early in putting down interventions for COVID-19. We adopted scenario-based planning, which we then used to inform operational plans for various lockdown levels. This assisted us greatly in transitioning from one lockdown level to another. In terms of office use, in terms of construction site presence, in terms of toll operations and the protocols that needed to be followed. We had to develop specific SOPs to assist us in business execution in this era. But importantly, these were superimposed on normal operating policies. They did not replace them. And we did not just sit with existing policies, because in some cases, they would not have been relevant. Communication and consultation platforms were established. Very, very important intervention we found. I think we've got enough evidence, even in government and in global communication, just how multiple communication points can cause confusion and lead to despondency and a bit of reluctance and inertia around compliance and progressively cooperating with interventions around COVID-19. What you also don't want is cases where you've got protests and strikes from employees during a time when we should all be pulling together to address a challenge as COVID-19. We had to ensure regulatory compliance requirements are met. When there was a storm of PPE procurement, we were all instructed to make submissions to National Treasury for audits to be done of the processes we followed. And I'm very proud to say that Samuel has never been dragged down to that mud. Our processes have been given the thumbs up in terms of how disciplined they were in managing PPE procurement. Collaboration, integration, and reporting, absolutely important with our board, with our national department, service providers, other government structures. this has assisted greatly in ensuring that there's a singular and united front in government around this matter. Responsiveness at EXCO and board level, absolutely critical. When you've got a crisis, you need rapid responses and availability of decision makers to be able to consider proposals, in this case emanating from our task force. ICT system readiness came in very handy to ensure business continuity, as I had explained. Enabling policy environment already reformed through Horizon 2030 also meant we were able to build on the reform work we had done to address COVID-19 challenges a lot easier than we would have if we started from a situation where our policies had not been reviewed already. So it was a lot easier to have these conversations around the new normal because of the reforms we had already undertaken. So, of course, it changed the way that we do things. There's quite a number of things that we had to prioritize, one of which is rapid responses, as I was saying. And as you do that, you prioritize the well-being of employees. We had to take this opportunity to demonstrate just how caring an organization we were, going the extra mile to protect our people. When the Department of Health was prioritizing people over 60, we included in the high-risk category people that were using public transport, for instance, to ensure that they are protected. We also included people that needed to be office-based to do their work because they couldn't do it remotely, in identifying them as high risk so that we could have a special dispensation to attend to their needs. Of course, you need to align the organization. Sunwell has 5 offices. You need people to do the same thing, irrespective of where they're located, so that there's a more standardized way of doing things in the organization. And that's never easy if you're not effective in communicating with your employees. We had to navigate change, and change management, I guess, is something that is absolutely important when you are confronted with change, and we needed to ensure that it's effective. Got quite a lot right, but there'll always be room to improve, even in under those conditions. And then, of course, gaps needed to be identified and addressed real time as you were progressing with what needed to be done. Practical things like suddenly we all had to use electronic signature platforms, for instance, when previously it was the more decision-making people that had access to it. More junior people now needed access to that. And so these are such things that you had to rapidly do to gear the organization for that environment. In our response, from a business operations perspective, remote work became a new norm. Policies, of course, were put in place. We moved from special dispensations under crisis to putting down policies that now are beginning to embrace flexible work, including remote work, as a new normal for Sunwell going forward. Lockdown level based office and construction site occupation was stipulated in our SOPs. With every level, we were able to then transform accordingly. We had to declare toll operations and road maintenance as essential services, secure permits for our staff, and make sure that people could be on the road doing the work that they needed to do. Of course, there would always have been budget implications. We had to review our budget for 2020-21 and make adjustments to be able to meet the needs that came with changing into the COVID environment. We had to acquire a lot more laptops, particularly for people that would have been using desktops in the office. In fact, since then, we've adopted a policy to just migrate everybody to laptops and not have desktops any longer. And those that need big screens, of course, we would make sure that they're able to get those and connect to their laptop infrastructure. We had to spend a lot of money on data for remote connectivity, secure PPE, and put a budget for some of the claims that we would have experienced from construction sites and from some of the toll operations where it was warranted. And then, of course, you had to expand licenses to be able to cover people who were now suddenly working from home when the office had provided capacity for them to do work from the office. The big hit, of course, was the loss of 640 million of toll revenue that we experienced at the time. But I must say that the bounce back was a lot more positive than we expected. Once the lockdown levels got to level 3, level 2, you got a lot more traffic on roads. And by level 2, you were well over 95% of pre-COVID traffic that was moving on our roads again. Construction project underspending, of course, was mentioned by the doctor from the UJ. It's something that affects the entire value chain, not only government, but the private sector as well. During lockdown, you were not even allowed to open construction sites. I remember when we were moving to lockdown level 2, there was an opening up of construction activity, but you still had a restriction in the supply sectors, concrete and steel and so on, which of course still meant that even though people could be on site, they were struggling to get materials on site. So that continuity of the supply chain is absolutely important in those cases. Insurance claims, of course, were received. There were even claims of force majeure received, which were duly adjudicated by our engineers in our projects. And of course, COVID-19 was not really a force majeure issue because government had some restrictions, but not a complete shutdown, certainly beyond level 5. We set up a contingency fund for things that could not be paid by insurance, and we were able to deal with those as well. From a procurement perspective, of course, largely PPE procurement, working tools, but also a catch-up plan for construction procurement. Now, this has affected us greatly, and the doctor made an important point. Expenditure on construction has been constrained for a while now, so COVID just added to it. There's quite a number of reasons, and very valid reasons at that. Even the Sunwell curve of expenditure shows a decline as early as 2017. And that's largely because Treasury introduced the new preferential procurement regulations, which sought to change how you procure and caused a lot of problems on the ground. Secondly, of course, you had those stoppages on project sites, people demanding radical economic transformation and 30%. And of course, on top of that, you had COVID and some of the economic meltdown implications of that. Catch-up plan is then something that we had to put in place. From an ICT perspective, of course, we had to move to electronic tender platforms. Remote and internal external audits had to be conducted. Even the AG had to begin working smart around how to do audits. But a whole lot of back scanning had to be done to make documents available electronically. Electronic claims processing, verification and payment is something that we had to migrate to. Very difficult to do verifications on site electronically, but eventually we got the hang of that, as well as remote end of year and financial statement preparation processes. From a regulatory compliance perspective, we needed to make sure that people test. There's a predictable system you use for decontaminating offices once cases are picked up, ensure adherence to general COVID-19 protocols, and much later deal with the vaccination question. From a July unrest perspective, of course, the history of targeting of certain key Sunwell facilities came in very handy in dealing with the realities of the unrest. I mean, Moe River and some of the toll plazas on the N2 North Coast have just been targeted long before the unrest of July 2021. And some of the history that relates to those assisted us to deal with the response a lot more rapidly than we would have. Existing and established coordination structures between us, KwaZulu-Natal, the project liaison committees we've now set up, local and provincial government, our concessionaire partners and toll operators, all of these entities made the response all the more better and rapid because we had existing platforms to take advantage of. Established systems for surveillance of incidents on national roads, toll facilities also enabled the collection of real-time data and evidence that we were able to then use in our response planning. And the responsiveness again at EXCO and board level, absolutely critical. Organizational agility meant that you could deal with things even when you could not be on site, even when our offices were closed, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, and the work still was able to continue. And existing contracts were then critical to rapid responses. To do damage assessments, we relied a lot on our routine road maintenance contracts, for instance, relationships with tow truck operators who deployed in a more rapid manner to remove some of the blockages on roads and so on. In our response then, we set up a task team to deal with civil unrest. We had day-to-day oversight, monitoring and response planning, chaired by myself. We, of course, facilitated approvals and escalations to deal with things as they were happening day-to-day. Planning and execution, we identified hotspots across our network. We included areas that were currently not affected at the time because there was threat that this thing would move to other provinces as well. We developed security and operational response plans to deal with the threats in those hotspots. We did damage assessments and repair work every time we had an opportunity to do so. And of course, in certain cases, there were proactive temporary shutdowns of construction sites, both on the N2 and N3, to avoid any damage occurring by virtue of us being active on those sites. Budget implications, again, 50 million rand lost to our toll income, 30 million lost to N3TC, our concessionaire. We assessed a total of 12 million rand worth of damage and additional security costs that we would not have spent on. 7.5 million damage cost to the N3TC, particularly at Moy River. We asked Treasury for an unseen budget adjustment allocation of 62 million to cover the costs that we had incurred. And of course, we approved the force majeure application through the consultant for N3TC for them to be able to claim from insurance their losses. Collaboration again proved very instrumental here. From the time that we elevated matters to net joints responded positively with deployments to assist us to protect our infrastructure and add more capacity to removing any obstacles on roads. And then, of course, in collaborating with KZN RTI, the freight industry, we were able to have the N3 reopened. A bit late, but still important that it was reopened in any case. What are the lessons for the future? For SANRAL in particular, I think the risk-based approach we took proved to be invaluable. We were not all over the show. We identified exactly what areas faced mammoth risk, and we were able to plan and have response interventions around them. Employee safety was the most paramount, followed by a reshaping of our strategy to be able to deal with the challenges that were presented by COVID, including our liquidity position, any financial risks that were presented by the lockdown, as well as the unrest, changing the way we procured, and also ensuring that we get decisions from government as early as possible. We had to build resistance into our systems, continuously checking our operations and ensuring that you've got procedures that could be superimposed on policies. I've talked about supply chain continuity, and our stakeholders, including road users and the public, also very important. So we didn't just seek to protect our people as employees, but also the public that was interacting with our roads throughout this challenging time. Of course, we've now transcended from a more physical interaction type business operation and office space to a more virtual operating space. And that, I think, has the semblance of what would stabilize going forward as a normal business process. But in summary, some of the lessons, even for the benefit of industry, is that number one, from a visioning perspective, you need to ensure that a crisis lands on clear strategy and plan. If it does that, you have a much better chance of mitigating it and coming out better. If it finds you in a chaotic state, you are going to be devastated a lot more. A crisis management plan must be superimposed on a sound existing plan, as I was saying. A crisis management plan is not permanent, but should inform reviews of existing strategies and plans. There's a lot of colleagues who are now saying, look, we can work from home, let's just work from home permanently. But it's not that easy. There was a crisis management plan superimposed on plans that we already have. We already have a new operating model that says that, in fact, we need to provide more capacity for employees in offices. And we need to now review that and make sense of what's going to happen in that regard. We've just built 4 new offices across our regions, and we're about to build a 5th one in Pietermaritzburg because the current office has reached its capacity. Beyond that, our new operating model says we must now have a presence in all 9 provinces, when previously we had offices in only 4 provinces, which were our regional offices. So you need to make all sense of all that in response to strategy, so that you have a much more structured long-term response, not just taking the crisis management plan and thinking you can continue with it without reviewing your strategy. You need to have this learning organization that is able to learn from experiences, have this institutional history that you can use to make better decisions in future. From a structure perspective, you strive for organized chaos, not firefighting. If you coordinate, respond through plans, budget, and execute, it's better than allocating monies to all the areas that people shout in a meeting because you don't have a coherent plan. Existing collaboration structures, partnerships, and contracts make it a lot easier for you to respond in a crisis than in the absence of those. The state-of-the-art business processes and ICT can make all the difference in a crisis. And business continuity, of course, should be intrinsic to business processes. If you didn't have platforms to fail safe when you needed to, if your office was gutted, you were in trouble. And this has stood us in good stead. From a delivery perspective, absolutely important to ensure compliance all the time. During crisis and chaos, people find opportunity to abuse and loot. We've seen that, and you need to ensure that you are able to comply. Establish communications and consultation platforms so that you don't have forces within your own environment working against what you're trying to do. Ensure proper audit trail, because in the end, even the crisis will be audited, and you don't want to have unnecessary irregularity and fruitless expenditure happening there. Have responsive decision-making structures. I've already spoken about that. Ensure adequate insurance cover and contingency planning. It was very shocking to hear as we were trying to mobilize ourselves to submit claims for COVID, that COVID was not covered by many of the insurance companies. Of course, they also did that to protect themselves, because as you see with the looting, Sasria was overwhelmed. The claims were way beyond what they have in their budget, including their reserves, which is not sustainable. Risk management is an essential part of enterprise management. And I think with the risk-based approach we took, even Sanral employees got to see the value of taking risk management seriously. You manage a crisis as a crisis with active day-to-day management, monitoring, and interventions. You don't just continue with existing systems, otherwise you'll be badly affected. You must be geared for regular reporting to multiple platforms because that's what it demanded. And it's also important, although difficult, to make time for research and benchmarking during a crisis so that you've got a lot of data that you can use in platforms like this to demonstrate exactly what happened and how we can do things better going forward. Thank you very much. That's our presentation.
Thank you so much, Kumbuza. This was excellent. And it's quite encouraging to see that Sanral is also working in a new normal and living in a new normal, as we've also experienced in the Transport Forum. And clear planning, very important. So we're listening to you, we're hearing you. And thank you for your rapid response to the pandemic and making the roads available for us. I'm sure the audience is looking forward to engage with you during the questions and answers. Thank you very much, Kumbuza.
No problem. Thanks, Ed.
Right, ladies and gents, our next presenter then is Mr. Warwick Lord. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Cato Ridge Logistics Hub Consortium. He's going to talk about supply chain resilience by the introduction of multimodality. Thank you very much, Warwick. Yes, we can see your slides, Warwick. Just unmute
Sorry, Harry, is that better?
Yes, go for
it. Apologies. Morning, Harry, and morning, colleagues, as well as fellow presenters. Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to have a discussion with you guys today. I also find Harry's placement of my presentation very interesting. After SAMRail, but before Transnet, as the sort of overlap between the road and the rail elements. So yeah, please bear with me, and looking forward to what the rest of the day has and week has ahead in Transport Month. If I can then just start, I see my slide is not moving. Just bear with me a second. I know that the previous presenter also had a little bit of problems.
Try spacebar or reshare.
How's that?
There we go.
Okay, cool. So the format of the presentation that I'd like to go through today, and just to take you through my various points, is sort of the supply shocks that we've been experiencing over the past, and it'll be a high-level review, as I know some of the previous speakers went through it in detail. Sort of consequences of these supply shocks and what happens, and sort of the outpourings of that, as well as some of the structural impediments that are sort of holding us back from using all of our transport assets in the most efficient way, and then start moving on to the solution with anticipated outcomes if we start putting these solutions in place. Just some of the images I have on the right, that's the N3 on the top picture, and that's sort of a normal day. That's pre-COVID picture, and then below is sort of pictures of the July unrest coming through. Now, Harry, I've got a question. How do I go back one if I've tapped the spacebar twice? You mute?
You go to slideshow at the top and then previous slide, something, or right click on your slide. Right click on your slide.
Previous. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the supply shocks that have been experienced of late, we all know about COVID and the effects that it has had and still is having. We also understand the massive uncertainty that started coming in with this, and there was a lot of shock and horror and not understanding how to react. There were no protocols in place, and so there was a lot of reactions, and that had sort of effects on ships calling, on cargo movements, and basically the whole supply chain was very disrupted, specifically in the very early days of COVID, while we were still getting used to it. I've pulled up on the slideshow just the sort of cargo movements and the volumes of the TEUs going through the port in the first half of 2020. And you can start seeing the massive sort of reduction in April 20 and May 20 and sort of June 20, as we normally run at sort of between 60 and sort of 70,000 rand a month, 70,000 TEUs normally a month. If we then just move on to the next supply shock that we had, close on the heels of us recovering from COVID and getting back, we had the July unrest at the beginning of this year. This was obviously a big shock to the system and had huge and massive delays on the supply chain. Typically, these sort of events have long-lasting economic impacts. And the sort of numbers you see at the bottom is quarter to quarter, as opposed to month, the effects that this unrest is having. It was disappointing as we were starting to see the green shoots of recovery coming along, and as well as improvements in the cargo movements. However, July did arrest that momentum that we were having, and we're starting to see those green shoots coming through again. Then on the back of just coming out of the July unrest, the Transnet cyber attack hit. That was a very disruptive for a lot of us who interact significantly with Transnet. I mean, to not be able to get hold of individuals at an organization because emails, cell phones are not working is obviously disruptive. Also having to move to a manual system to evacuate the port and to alleviate some of the pressure being experienced at the various ports. A manual system had to be implemented to start moving these containers. The Transnet-wide system shutdown is definitely a supply shock and not one that you're used to being able to handle in this process. And what we did see from that supply shock is massive delays in container movements and basically just the whole supply chain coming to a grinding halt, specifically for that week. or specifically for the week of the July unrest, and then not really coming back online due to the difficulty of the IT system challenges. Then we move straight on to the next issue that's being experienced, and it's the theft of the infrastructure on the rail, specifically the electrical cabling. I saw this week that Ms. Borsha Derby put out the fact that 6,500 kilometers of electrical copper cabling had been stolen over the last period. And if 1 meter of copper cabling is stolen, that stops the system from working. These are serious implications, serious costs, and add significant issues and shocks to the supply chain that all need to be addressed if we are looking to have our efficiency and robust supply chains starting to work effectively. We then move on to the sort of not a South African problem alone, or the worldwide shock to containers. And you can start having a look, and I know Mark Schisler did speak about it earlier. You can start having a look at this massive increase in the price of containers. My notes and the way we've dissected it talk to a five-fold increase. However, it depends how you measure it and which port you use. It's very easy to have a 10-fold increase. These price changes in container prices has had a huge effect on how procurement specialists are now looking to move product around and are causing huge disruptions to the supply chain. Consequences of these supply chains, and I think this is important. If I can just focus a little bit on the picture at the bottom of the slide. This is work that we did in our DTRC working group with regards to trying to model and cost how much the cost of delays are. This specifically is related to the cost of delays at borders, but it works exactly the same at the cost of delays to the port itself. And what we did is we modeled two common products, so a consumer product, a Coca-Cola can, as well as a flat screen TV. On a 2-day delay, you're adding just under 3% to a can, and a 2-day delay in logistics terms, unfortunately, is very common. 8 days is more likely, and you consider your 8-day delay to be, run of the mill. That adds 11.3% to the retail price of a Coke can if it was costed into each one. Then the same again for the digital or the TVs, the LED TVs. 45 inches, 2 days delay adds 161 Rand to the price of that TV. And if we then go for an 8-day delay, we're looking at sort of 16,000 Rand of costs added to this. These are unsustainable, and it starts to highlight the impact that these delays has on the economy, on our supply chain, etc. If we are going to, we sort of modeled over that period, and this was during the last year period, that we were losing sort of in around 108,000, 109,000 hours per day. And this was roughly costing us 37 million Rand. You then sort of bring this across to the massive supply shocks we've had now, where you have cargo not moving for a week or 3. You can imagine the costing of these line items. The benefit is very much there, that if we are successful in addressing these challenges, we start getting serious increase to our GDP. Logistics in our country is very expensive, and if we can improve that marginally, the sort of flywheel effect it has is massive. We're also starting to see significant changing procurement patterns. Specifically, the world had been moving very much towards just-in-time inventory management, making sure that your logistics supply chains are just-in-time and very lean and efficient. What has happened over this past, and specifically over the COVID period, is this sort of mantra is starting to be re-examined. And is it good business practice to have the least cost supply chain, or is it maybe better practice to have that balanced with a robust or a resilient supply chain, which when you start having these shocks and the effects of it starts getting emanated in your production lines, or alternatively in client deliveries that aren't happening. Interesting quote that I read recently, it says, "The system underpinning globalization, production on one side of the planet, connected to consumers on the other, by trucks, ships, and planes, is just too rigid to absorb the massive supply shocks we're currently being experienced." And this is some of the rethinking that we are starting to experience with the procurement specialists, as well as large logistics companies and manufacturers, with how best to start protecting their supply chain from these disruptions. The consequences are further that if we don't get this right, we start losing all of our opportunities, or the sort of opportunities that are available at the moment. And specifically, the commodity prices, I know, while coming off a little bit now, have been doing very well in the beginning parts of this year and end of last year, which if we could export more at the prices that we're achieved, would be hugely beneficial for the country. We're also, there's a big drive by both public and private sector for AFTA to be implemented by all, and to start really getting the benefits of that. And if we start not fixing our supply chain in South Africa where we stand, it's very hard to sort of take the leading role in AFTA and start promoting into Africa regionalization. And obviously, congestion increased costs is obviously another outpouring or consequences of these shocks if we're not able to deal with them successfully. Next part I'd like to move on to is just some of the structural impediments as to why we have, sort of some of the supply chain issues, are expensive and costly supply chains, and then we'll move on to some of the solutions. So at the moment, 80%, the road to rail relationship is unsustainable. It was mentioned in all of the previously speaking, and it is something that needs to be addressed and not paid lip service to. I mean, we were very involved in the decommission and the Durban decongestion Manco, as well as a few other forums that we got presented to by the Grain Association of South Africa, and they knew that what was coming was a record grain season this year. And I must commend Transnet on really pulling up the stops and really moving significant amounts of grain this year in records. However, 80% of the harvest was still moved by truck. Grain as a commodity-based product is ideal for moving on rail, and these are the issues that need to be addressed in order for us to become more efficient. One of those issues is the fact that rail covers all its costs. Transnet is the only one who looks after rail, who has to pay for the rail, and I know there are agreements with PRASA, but basically those entities cover all the costs with regards to rail. Whereas road users, specifically the ultra heavy and the heavy road users, are subsidized by a large degree to the light motor vehicles traveling on the N3, and not all the costs are recovered. Another structural impediment and the concern that we have for the skewed road to rail relationship is the fact that SAMRAL are in, and has been alluded to by the previous speaker, on a massive road upgrade, specifically the N3 corridor, which is had many work packages currently put out and is working. And so we're expecting a significant throttling on the N3, which, if it is to be relied upon as our by far majority transport to the port from Gauteng to the Durban port, we're going to experience a whole bunch of problems. So given the projected increase in freight volumes, the current N3 upgrades is likely to be inadequate by 2035. Continuous road upgrades are not sustainable. We can't just keep adding roads and roads and roads, as it is not the most efficient form of transport for all cargo types. The image at the bottom is very kindly shared by eThekwini, and starts showing you the various heavy vehicles in and around the Durban CBD area, as well as going into the port area, that leads to a lot of these congestions that we are currently experiencing, and the sort of lack of access to certain facilities. The next structural impediment is obviously the monopolistic role of Transnet, in that they control all of the ports, as well as all of the rail, as well as all of the pipeline. This is definitely not international best practice, as these as private sector have been asked to play, or in collaboration with the public sector, are playing hand in hand in order to deliver solutions that capital is basically put in by the private sector, and there's a lot more discipline in and around the deployment thereof in order to get the efficiencies and the return on investment as required by the private sector. The reason I put up the Australian intermodal on the right of the screen is the fact that this is a massive port and intermodal system that is all being run by a private sector, and in this case it's CMA CGM. Historically, also in Transnet, there's been divisional objectives, and TPT's objectives might not have been what TFR's objectives are, and this is very normal in large organizations, that different goal alignment is not always achieved across the whole organization. And so what we have seen is not always the best decisions made for the supply chain in South Africa when dealing with the parastatal. Also, we are also very well aware of the fiscally constrained nature of the whole of South Africa, public sector, and specifically the Transnet current balance sheet. And so it is difficult for Transnet to undertake the sort of capital projects that are required. Also, there has been, in our view, a significant lack of transparency and predictability, which allows then other organs of state, as well as the private sector, to start making their plans around what Transnet is doing. That has led to a lot of immobility and lack of traction on the ground to a lot of the projects that should be up and running already. But we are encouraged by the new leadership that's in Transnet and the sort of movements that are being made in which to start communicating with the market clearly and transparently, so that we can start taking positions around that in order to work from it. And then best use of all supply chain role players. At the moment, we use truck predominantly, yet we have rail and pipeline that definitely needs to burden its share. Mike had an excellent slide there that showed you the various levels of take-up between the periods. And you could always see, and in every slide that I've seen, rail's share is declining as opposed to improving. This is on the back of massive energy and effort from both public and private sector addressing the road to rail skewed nature. However, we don't seem to be getting traction at least over the last 4 to 5 years, in our opinion. Then the last element of structural impediments that I'd like to address is, government policy on cargo movement is not aligned. What we're battling to see is this unified supply chain legislation as well as leadership. It is very fragmented, and what is needed is a sense of direction with regards to that. So we are encouraged by a lot of the working groups, private sector, public sector working groups that have been created on the basis of COVID and then got strengthened and accelerated on the July unrest, and would like to encourage this to really accelerate and be implemented. As we need a plan in logistics. If we don't have a plan, what happens is we end up with a situation where we have where the easiest and most fluid, which is obviously truck movements, take the lion's share, instead of having the heavies or alternatively bulk cargo, which is definitely better on rail, to be focused on that. We've all defaulted to rail because of this. There's also needs to be greater collaboration between the public sector role players in this regard. SANRAL is embarked on a significant entry upgrade, and that sort of upgrade and the logistics emanating from Gauteng to the Durban port specifically needs to be taken into consideration with how then is rail taking up its burden, or what are the alternatives? Because we just can't remove a lane or two from the N3 and expect our logistics system to keep functioning. And sort of what you see in the middle is when we get it wrong, we have these supply chains that are all over the place. And what happens is it always seems to be a bootmarker plan or reaction, as opposed to, and I very like what the CEO of SANRAL said, is you have a plan so that in times of crisis, at least you're working with a basis and then you can play on top of that. There is definitely a feeling by our organization that the plan is, if there is one, it's not being implemented and it's not known and driven collectively in order to improve our supply chain. When we get it right, you start seeing the bottom, the supply chain working. So we move on to solutions, and I think what is very critically important at this juncture is that there is no silver bullet, there is no magic wand, there is no one line item will solve the issues in totality. That is not the case. The Durban, specifically, if I focus in on the Durban port and the supply chains around there, international best. I mean, the problem being experienced in congestion at the Durban port has been experienced by many other port cities around the world, and international best practice where you start competing, when you have the city competing and you have the port competing for scarce land resources as well as connectivity via roads and rail. The best way to do this is then remove your hub or your distribution point from the congested area by extending the gate. And so you have the port and an inland terminal now being connected by a road, rail, or barge in order to improve and increase the back of port facilities. This also enables a lot of time-consuming activities then to be taken away from the port, and the port starts acting as a as a fly half, or at least a good rugby fly half that catches and passes instead of holding on to the ball and doing a lot of time-consuming activities at the point. So solutions on a macro picture. A transport master plan needs to be developed. There's rail plans and there's road plans and there's pipeline plans. But what about a transport master plan that talks to all of these items? It needs to be developed, adopted, and implemented. And then we need a coordinated effort is required. Logistics is not a standalone or island type product or system. It is all connected, and you're only as strong as your weakest link, which means that private sector logistics companies, Transnet, Sanrail, and all of the various entities and role players need to be sitting, discussing, coordinating, if not actually agreeing on certain items, at least sharing what each individual's plans are so that they can be correctly worked around and used to move the various projects forward. And my view is that this needs to be led by the Department of Transport as the overarching authority in this regard. The next big solution, and we believe very strongly in this, is ICT dashboards, big data, knowing and understanding what the problem is and where it is. There is excellent work being done by quite a few entities now that we are working with, and specifically SAF is championing a dashboard that I can highly recommend as showing what the movements were, what the truck turnaround times were, what the staging times were, as well as the forward-looking progress is, as well as what containers have been moved and what are expected to be moved. When we start having a common understanding of what the problem is, we can start agreeing on what the common solutions are. And that is an important item that these dashboards can then give you. We also very much need to bring in shock absorbers into our supply chain. At the moment, Durban CBD, and sorry guys, I'm focused very much on Durban CBD as the Caterham dry port is looking to be a significant part of the solution to alleviating a lot of the congestion there. Is that the Durban port acts, and the CBD acts as the shock absorber as trucks arriving from far afield, whether sort of Zambia, etc., or alternatively just Gauteng, come down the N3 and arrive at the port when they arrive, expecting to be serviced. Sometimes this can take a significant period, and what happens if the ship hasn't come and the stack's not open? All these guys, they need to hang around in that area being accommodated. So what has happened is you now have these huge congested areas that act as these shock absorbers, and what we now need to do is start building these into our supply chain. The work getting done by eThekwini is amazing at the moment, specifically with regards to the conceptual work around truck stop and staging, as well as the physical implementation thereof. We need multiple truck staging areas to be able to orchestrate traffic so that trucks don't just arrive at the intended terminal or warehouse or whatever. They're rather staged. In that way, we can coordinate the movement of traffic. We don't have it all arriving at the same time. We also need significantly less road infrastructure, as we don't have to accommodate all of the vehicles at the same time. We also need container storage and handling areas. There's a big issue at the moment with the stacks in the port itself being overloaded, which obviously then causes inefficiencies in the stack movements. And so these are issues that are part of the solutions we bring forward. Then I'd like to spend a little time just working through multimodal solutions as the real point of my presentation. I've touched on the fact that we need to use every single asset we have or mode we have instead of just relying on one of the modes. In order to do that, we need to start creating a lot more systematic systems. And in that way, I'm saying that if we're looking to increase the current TEUs, sort of what's installed capacity, roughly 3 million TEUs in the Durban port, to the sort of 5 million TEUs that we're looking to do in the very short to medium term, there's significant systems now need to be implemented. What we also need to do is stop putting band-aids on something that requires surgery. Our logistics system and supply chain requires surgery in this country that needs to be addressed in that manner, as opposed to what little bits can we do or what spits and polish can we do in other areas. What we are proposing as part of the decongestion solution, as well as bringing multimodality into the supply chain, is that the Port of Durban and the Caterham dry port is connected by a dedicated rail shuttle service. I'm very happy to report that this is currently operational and working on a pilot basis in order to clients can now collect and deliver from Cater Ridge in the Cater Ridge Drive or in the terminal, CatCon terminal. Then there is a road leg or alternatively a rail leg, and it then very much depends on what mode of what sort of product it is, what the client's requirements are, would then define whether it then gets cleared at Cater Ridge dry port and then gets put out back onto rail, or whether alternatively it continues on its road legs. And the idea at the bottom is that we start getting smart gates in order to understand the truck movements in and out of the facilities, so that we can start pre-clearing these, so that we start really getting efficient movements of trucks. The late trucker who is, I forget his name offhand now, but a good friend of ours, said, if the wheels ain't turning, we ain't earning, which is a big problem with regards to a lot of the trucking issues that are experienced at the Durban port, because that is the case. Okay. The Cater Ridge dry port solution has been on the cards for a significant period of time. This is a slide taken from eThekwini, and it talks to how they are looking to solve some of the issues being experienced emanating from in and around the Durban port. And the idea is to start getting the efficient mobility corridors working. And thankfully, short term, you can see if you can see my cursor, this is where Cater Ridge is. You can also have a look at the rail. This is the NAPCOR line linking the Durban port with Cater Ridge, and the N3 is obviously along this line as well. Very happy that this body of work has now been doing, and that the solution getting put forward is in line with eThekwini's plans. The solution put forward, and this is a slide being taken from a presentation given by Ms. Portia Derby at the beginning of this year to the Growth Coalition in KZN. And this is a slide whereby she was revealing the renewal program and the sort of strategy in and around the Durban port, and very happy that the Cater Ridge dry port project is very much a part of Transnet's strategy going into the future. And this is a slide from her presentation. We'd obviously just like it all accelerated so that we can start having these meaningful developments starting to take traction and starting to take some of the burden away from the skewed road to rail relationship. The Cater Ridge dry port solution is then, this is what you're seeing here is the SIG2 corridor, and this is government's sort of priority, and it's the sort of vision for the Durban-Gauteng freight corridor. There is a huge amount of effort and energy going into these corridors, as the Durban port is by and large the port of Gauteng, as most of the goods that Gauteng imports do come via the Durban port. And so this freight and mobility corridor is vitally important. If we don't start doing the steps that we've recognized and needed for as much as 10 years ago, unfortunately, we're going to have these conversations in another 5 years time. The beauty about what I'm showing on this slide, as well as the previous two slides, is that there is significant goal alignment here between the various spheres of government, as well as parastatals, as well as the private sector in this regard, and very encouraged that the length of time we've been working in collaboration, both with SANRAL and Transnet, is now starting to bear fruit with regards to the goal alignment and strategically being in the same direction. The outcome, if we get these right and we start using all the tools at our disposal, is we start having a significantly smarter supply chain, underwritten by data that's done in real time, and start getting used in order to make decision making in real time, in order to avoid congested areas. Alternatively, change modes of transport is an issue. For example, if there was a cable theft on the rail line going up to Gauteng and that was notified, well, then containers could be rerouted either via Richards Bay on rail, or alternatively could then be put on road. This is also a slide that I have borrowed from ETA, specifically Mr. Paul Sessions. Thank you, Paul. With regards to what eThekwini's vision is for the harmonious working of the port and supply chain emanating from the Durban port. Truck stops, once again, very important. Truck route hierarchy, as well as truck staging, in which to start orchestrating these movements, all backed up by data and real-time data. Right. So the outcome, if we start making use of all of our rail, if we become more systematic with our supply chain, as well as start making use of all of the elements and specifically starting to address the skewed road to rail relationship, is we will have efficient and resilient supply chains, which can then handle shocks because we have shock absorbers in truck staging areas where trucks can be held if there is an event, as opposed to them clogging up the road and staying there. So that's the resilient. The efficiency comes about in that we are more systematic in with regards to the way things are done, as opposed to what it feels like at times, ad hoc nature of the supply chain in order to address these shocks and issues that are happening. Cell phones and cell phones, WhatsApps and sort of emails are getting used as opposed to systematic methods. Efficient utilization of scarce resources. South Africa, while blessed with abundant, rich natural resources, we are very capital scarce at the moment, specifically in the public sector, and therefore resource allocation is important. And what we want to get is maximum bang for the buck. If there is no point in building a brand new port if we are not going to solve the supply side on the land side supply issues, or vice versa. So the best utilization of scarce resources start coming about when we start making use of multimodality. Efficient transport leads to increased trade and higher wealth, attracting more investment and job creation. We have seen that expanded joblessness is massive now, and it should be all of our imperatives to really focus in on that and do our part. Predictable and reliable supply chains provide long-term certainty and allow for long-term planning. I touched on this earlier, and this ability to plan in the supply chain is critical. A lot of the supply chain contracts are given out for 3 years at a time, and if there is uncertainty about the way certain things will work, cost, etc., it creates massive uncertainty, and rather the status quo will remain, as opposed to looking to take up the new product offerings that are there. International competitive supply chains. Our supply chain, it's well documented, is very expensive in South Africa. We have historically liked to position ourselves as the gateway to Africa. Whilst we have lost some ground in this regard, we still are the gateway to Africa, and we have to start trading with Africans, inter-Africa trade, in order to get our continent moving and more mobile. After being implemented, we'll go a long way in that. But we do need to establish ourselves as the preeminent and most developed and best springboard in order to take your logistics projects, or alternatively logistics companies, start in South Africa and then move more north. Also, the Port of Durban has unfortunately had a very bad ranking from the latest World Bank report that gave out. While it was done, and there's many items that can be said on that report and done, what it is we need to have a good look in the mirror and start moving ourselves more productive instead of less productive. We have fantastic infrastructure and fantastic people at the port, and it's now time to work together in order to have it work more efficient. My final thought that I'd like to leave you with is efficient and robust logistics systems are a precursor to economic success. Economic success equates to growth. Growth leads to employment. Guys, we are desperately short of jobs. Record unemployment set in September. 7.8 million people officially unemployed, with an additional 3.3 million discouraged. This is over 11 million or over 12 million, or sorry, over 11 million people looking for work in a country that desperately needs jobs. Should we not be prioritizing the supply chain development as the flywheel or catalyst in order to get this all going? Thank you very much for your time, and Harry will now fly to video that gives a synopsis of our promotion video. Thank you.
Every day, almost 340,000 tons of cargo passes through the Port of Durban, driving the economies of Southern Africa, creating growth, opportunities, and large-scale employment. Increasing capacity is vital to continue growth, but the scale of the port and its supporting infrastructure is limited by the coastline and competing demands for space in the city of Durban. The Cateridge Logistics Hub Consortium provides a streamlined logistics solution, an efficient intermodal system allowing for expansion, reducing the cost of handling and transporting cargo. Containerized freight is transported from the port directly to a well-resourced intermodal facility at the Catteridge Dry Port. Here, containers are stacked onto trucks or trains for forwarding, or de-staffed for secure warehousing and distribution, or containers are simply sealed and stored. The modern truck staging facility is designed for optimum efficiency and speedy freight turnaround. Improved rail infrastructure to the major centers in Gauteng, the Free State and SADC will improve transport flow. Embracing international best practice, this catalytic economic project will create a new logistics and economic center in Catteridge with retail outlets, a quality hospital and TVET facilities, creating much needed employment with an estimated 13,000 jobs. The new facility at Catteridge will meet the 21st century needs for the maritime and transport industries, relieving port, city and road congestion. The project will bring a seamless flow for cargo distribution from Africa's largest port to the rest of Africa, in line with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement strategy. It will build transport capacity and infrastructure, streamline usage of critical road and rail system, and support economic growth on a national level. It's logical to invest in the Catteridge Dry Port.
Thank you so much, Warwick. That was a great presentation, and thank you very much for that logic. Common understanding brings a common solution. And that's so much important for us in South Africa to sort it out. Thank you very much for working so hard in this work you're doing, and to alleviating congestion at our ports. We really appreciate the important work you're doing. I'm sure people are looking forward to engage with you in the panel discussion. Thank you, Warwick. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies. I know we're running a bit late today, but it's very important work we are doing, so I'm quite sure that you will be comfortable with that. So our next presenter was supposed to be Mr. Marshall McFarley, but unfortunately they had a fire in Richards Bay apparently last night, so he had to rush off there. But he's given us another presenter, and that is Nitesh Kara. And poor Nitesh was informed this morning only that he needs to present. So Nitesh, thank you very much. He also told me he's never used Zoom before. So Nitesh, thank you. We will allow you now to attempt the screen share, being green on the bottom of your screen. You can do a screen share there. And Nitesh is going to talk to us about lessons learned and the road ahead, Transnet National Ports Authorities.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. If you can just flight mode, and
okay,
it's possible to switch on your camera.
I've got a bit of a technical glitch with my webcam, so I'm going to be somewhat anonymous and anonymous speaker today.
Incognito.
Correct.
Just re-click that. There we go.
Can you see it clearly on your side?
Okay, go to display settings, swap the presenter slide. Just we're seeing the presenter's deck now. So to the top of your screen, display settings.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Harry, are you seeing it in presentation mode? Or?
No, we're not seeing it in presentation mode. We're seeing the presenter's deck. If you go to slideshow at the top of your screen, and
yeah, I've gone into slideshow. Yeah.
Nitesh, if you go to the slideshow at the top of your screen, there we go. Now go to display settings at the top of your screen. Display settings at the top of your screen.
All right, okay.
Display settings at the top of your screen. There's not a problem. If
Sorry, it's actually yeah, it's a bit slow. Sorry, I'm not.
Present it like that. We can make out the slide. You can see the slide. So go again to slideshow view, slide view.
Okay, can you see it clearly like that if I go into present slideshow view?
Yeah, go to slideshow view. Let's see. Okay, continue with the presentation now. We can see the slide.
You can see the slide. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I think it's now just 1 minute past the afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. I've been asked to stand in for Mr. Moshe Motlohi as the Managing Executive for the Transnational Ports Authority's Eastern Region. So he's now looking after the ports of Durban and the ports of Richards Bay. So as Harry mentioned, he had to be called away for an urgent issue that they're currently expecting. I've been asked to look at the civil unrest and cyber attacks, the lessons learned and the road ahead. So let's go on to the first slide. So the first slide basically gives you an executive summary of what's transpired in terms of the civil unrest and cyber attacks. So I think it's been covered in some of the previous presentations in terms of the impact, specifically in terms of the port terminal operations, being that the port terminals and specifically Transnet, when you look at the Port of Durban being the major hub in terms of container throughput, was hit by the cyber attack and the civil unrest. I'll go into the next few slides. You'll see, in fact, the impact and then the lessons learned and then the actions and mitigations. So during that period, our service levels dropped drastically. Some of the, in fact, most of the terminal operators declared force majeure, and we had issues of employees being unable to access operations, and therefore that affected business continuity. So then we, as the company, invoked our business continuity plans. We had a 24-hour nerve center hotline to manage to respond to any issues, and we also partnered up with other government agencies, including the South African National Defence Force, in order to protect some of the key points and specific commodities that require a certain degree of protection. We also were able to collaborate with stakeholders and to provide the service, but it was limited at that time based on the situation that we experienced. So subsequent to the civil unrest and what happened in the same month, Transnet declared force majeure on the 22nd of July when we experienced a cyber attack. And then the terminal operators needed to go onto a manual mode, including some of the, all of the platforms of the National Ports Authority as well. We then declared the upliftment of the force majeure on the 2nd of August. And prior to that, we had a phased-in restoration of the Navis N4 terminal operating system. Now, this system actually is one of the primary platforms on which the container terminal operates. So in terms of understanding how we look forward and in terms of our mitigation plans, in terms of addressing the risks, we need to obviously look at the impact and what it did to the port operations and how we operated during those times. So as you know, the Port of Durban is quite vast in terms of its operations, and there are specific precincts which handle specific types of products. So it's quite complex, quite vast, and in terms of its array and in terms of its operational complexities. So with the container sector, during that period, we only operated at about 20% of the planned resource. The point and ro-ro, specifically on those main days of the civil unrest, operated only with one gang, with operations beginning to resume on the 14th of July. And then in Maiden Wharf, we only had very, very minimal vessels worked during that period. Most of the terminals actually declared force majeure and shut down, inclusive of Island View, where a majority of the petroleum products are handled, and which is also a national key point. Most of the terminals also shut down in terms of safety and also protection of specifically food security and fuel security as well. So just to give you an idea in terms of the impact in terms of volume throughput in those 3 to 4 days, if one looks at the container precinct, where the Port of Durban handles 60%, just more than 60% of container throughput, we were down on average, well, versus average by around 92% of what we would have handled during those days. And including the point and ro-ro precinct, with the point and ro-ro precinct being really very, very strategic in terms of the automotive space. As you know, the Port of Durban handles majority of automotive throughput within the facility. And during that time, we handled 74%, in fact, less volume during that period. The Maiden Wharf precinct, quite strategic, although very diverse in its commodity space, but also very... Sorry,
Kan jy hierdie ander man oor praat?
Sorry, I'm getting some background. Okay, so
in case you can continue.
Okay. The Maiden Wharf precinct, which is really very strategic in terms of food security. We have high volume throughput grain terminals there, which bring in a lot of wheat, maize, and other key agricultural commodities. We handled 90% less volume throughput in that precinct during the time. And then also in the Island View precinct, where we handled 71% less commodity in that space, which is also a national key point. So most of the terminal operators were shut as well. So specifically looking at the container sector, and which is the driver of the port's commodity space. If one looks at the trend from the beginning of our financial year, being April, you would note that when we look at our target versus what was in fact actualized, you'd see that in April, May, and June, we were well above target, based on I think what Mike also presented in terms of the recovery. We're seeing some good volumes coming through versus the previous period, and recovery quicker than initially envisaged during this time last year. And one would then note that in July, we were sitting at around 16% below our targeted volumes. And the lag also continued. If you look at our August numbers, it continued into August as well on a negative variance as well. So in fact, during that period, DCT was unable to process in real time because, as mentioned earlier, on the primary operating system of the Navis N4 was out of commission due to the breach. And during this time, only priority cargo was moved to the ports, however, on a manual system. So you can imagine, based on, if you see what current traffic we have and how you would see then the complexities spoken to in terms of moving to a manual system, which really created a lag on volume and a negative impact during that time. And then you would also note that both the cyber attack and civil unrest had a material impact on the container throughput. Even in August, where we noted a 19% variance on container volumes through the port. So in terms of the lessons learned, and we've broken this down into the risk categories and what we entail or intend optimizing or doing going forward. So in terms of information sharing, we looked at that as a priority as well, with respect to our stakeholders, in order to take tangible next steps and actions taken in real time. We're also looked at optimizing and looking at streamlining our procurement dispensation to be more agile, to talk to these types of scenarios, and also business continuity simulations. So in terms of ongoing reporting of real-time data, so when we looked at the next steps forward, we noted that reporting of operational data in real time would then result in more tangible action in terms of that deviation in real time, with speed, agility, and looking at viable solutions. In terms of emergency procurement as well, in terms of looking at operational continuity, you would have to ensure that your emergency procurement resource is at an optimal level so that you ensure that operational continuity within the port services. In terms of essential service employees transport, we're looking at the provision of safe passage for essential workers to ensure continuity to operations. You do know that at that time, most of the essential workers were asked to stay at home in terms of safety. And then in terms of business continuity forums, so we're looking at, even in normal situations, to look at simulations that are exercised. So then when we do meet these types of scenarios, again, we are ready to go without any lag or disruption to our operations. And then in terms of accommodation during these types of emergencies, and what speaks to what I spoke about earlier in terms of continuity of operations for essential staff, we looked at travel and accommodation contingencies for having pre-agreements, to act with steadfast and agility. Specifically, when you look at situations such as these, and obviously with engagement with labor, you could provide an alternate space for them to reside at during these types of scenarios. And then looking at customer business continuity plans. So as a port authority, we've been really, in terms of our space, in terms of engagement of our stakeholders, we've been out there. So, what we also looked at is in terms of looking at amicable solutions and also working jointly in terms of creating a protection partnership during these types of scenarios. And obviously, we have a mutual interest in terms of safety and port efficiencies during these types of impacts. In terms of key resource availability as well, when you have these types of incidents, when I spoke to the precincts and if we look at fuel security during that period, most of the garages and refineries were in fact, and storage facilities were actually shut during that period. So it obviously affects essential service workers coming to work, and obviously this will have a negative impact on operations. Again, we looked at stakeholder engagements. We really have optimized our stakeholder engagement since the inception of the level 5 lockdowns based on COVID in March last year, where we have daily sessions with all key stakeholders and port users. Also, we looked at the security of port. In terms of these types of events, you've got to have continuous intelligence to be proactive. And, we have partnerships, and we are bolstering these partnerships with other government and intelligence agencies. We also looked at early warning scenarios in terms of simulations of different security levels. And then in terms of the security of Transnet's ICT infrastructure, we looked at optimization of the ICT security to ensure that the threats are dealt with accordingly in a quicker turnaround time. And what we are also doing is we're looking at internal awareness campaigns in terms of ensuring that employees are well aware of possible red flags and to report any phishing activity or similar attacks of this nature. So we're looking at our staff and our employees also being the first line of defense in these types of scenarios. I can't go much into what we are doing in terms of protecting our ICT infrastructure, but because that would then open us up to further breaches of this nature. So in terms of actions taken and the summary, so we look at, from a port perspective, we look at business continuity, we look at security, we look at collaboration, and obviously cybersecurity in this specific case. So in terms of business continuity, a port is only as good as how efficient it is and what capacity it creates from that efficiency. So from being an imperative enabler of the economy, we are ready in terms of our business continuity plans, which is monitored from all respects of the port environment. In terms of security, as I said, we've gained partnerships and we work together with other security agencies. And even up till the latter part of August, we still have the South African National Defence Force being deployed to the port. Also in terms of protecting various key points in terms of high value commodities, which are really dependent on, as I mentioned earlier, fuel and food security of the country. In terms of collaboration, we continue to engage and work with our port users because, we have a mutual mandate in terms of how efficient the port is. And from a port authority perspective, our mandate is oversight over port operations. But, it's just not whipping the cane, but it's also working with our terminal operators and stakeholders in order to, gain that mutual mandate in terms of operational readiness and efficiencies of the port. And then from a cybersecurity perspective, it was a hard time. Our guys worked tirelessly during that time in order to get the systems up and running. And, we were up and running specifically on the primary driver in terms of the operating system, the Navis N4, and our Port Authority order to cash system by first to second week of August 2021. So we had put in operational readiness plans, and the systems were recommissioned in order to even deal with the backlogs of the negative impacts that we were faced with. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Nitesh, indeed, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the good work you guys are doing. We really appreciate that. Nitesh has done this on very short notice, so we really appreciate that. Nitesh, we will ask the people to email questions should they have questions to you, because you can't make the questions and answer session, and we understand that. So we'll ask the people to send the questions to myself, and then I will forward them to you should they have any questions for you. So Nitesh, thank you very much, and all the best for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you, colleagues, for the insightful presentations. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Nitesh. Right, ladies and gents, we're going to do a short panel discussion now, questions and answers. I know we're running a bit late, but it's important work we're doing, so let's focus. Can we ask the panelists to kindly unmute themselves, the panelists of this morning, Mike Schuessler, Skumbuzo, Makazoma, and Warwick Lord, so that I can bring them into the panel. What you guys can do is you can kindly just concentrate here. You guys can unmute yourself if you have a question, and you can ask the question. When I recognize you, you can actually raise your hand. You can go to the bottom of your screen. You see there's reactions, and you can raise your hand so that I can recognize you. Skumbuzo, are you there with us? Yes.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, right. So let's have the people, guys, you can raise your hands. I see already in the chat room, there's been some discussions, quite nice discussions. I see there's a question from Frans van der Walt. He said, are there any coordinated engagement between the stakeholders in the logistics, transport and distribution chain? For example, 11 times special economic zones of government, the numerous in-process and planned private logistics hubs, and I do fear this would be no airports, especially regional airports. So I don't know if one of the panelists want to respond to that one.
Maybe I'll try to take that all. Mark, I see you shaking your head. Skumbuzo, would you like that one?
Yeah, well, I see Sipho has already given part of the answer in his response.
Yeah.
So there's no absence of planning. You know, there is a master plan that seeks to achieve this. Of course, the proof is in the pudding in terms of how well it's happening. I know that, for instance, in the Durban area, we've got a very good planning platform around mobility in the city and the logistics area. And I think you can attest to that, Warwick. Good relations with Transnet, the city of eThekwini, even as up as Msunduzi. I know that the old PICC, which is now Infrastructure South Africa, has been facilitating a lot of processes for us in cases where there have been bottlenecks. And of course, we've got platforms to engage on the Gauteng-Durban corridor itself. Infrastructure South Africa as an entity, with the release of the National Infrastructure Plan, is also fostering integrated planning between government and the private sector. As I say, the infrastructure pipeline series that was presented yesterday shows the semblance of a newfound partnership between public and private in pursuing exactly what is being asked in the question. So we need to just build on this momentum now. I think we've hit the right note. I think the center in infrastructure planning and investment in the country is now holding, and it needs all our support. We need to just play our part.
Thank you, Skumbuzo. I see Andrew Barker on YouTube. He's following on YouTube here. He's talking to Mike Schuessler. He said, great insights as usual. Any thoughts on property future, please?
Property future?
Property, the future of properties.
You know, with low interest rates right now, I think residential property might be a good sort of thing that's happening. But, you know, there's so many other things. I think office space. We heard even Sunroll's working remotely. There's so much free office space around me, and I've heard of banks that used to, like a foreign bank called Deutsche Bank used to have 12 floors. They're down to 3. You know, many of the people don't come into those service sectors. If you go to ABSA, my business account is with ABSA, you want to see the ABSA business manager, you don't see them, you phone them, and they're sitting at home. So, you know, if you want to get the documents and everything, it's arranged for you at the bank. This is documents that you can't scan. It's for legal purposes, say. So all those sort of things help. I think it's very difficult, but friends of mine who have hotels are changing them to birthing things, and others to an old age frail care center. And so people are moving that sort of thing in the property arena. I think the properties that will still, in a way, be with us will be the transport type properties, the warehousing, obviously road and rail and ports and things like that, because the way that we operate as a consumers, I just look around me how many people now get deliveries from Take-A-Lot and Courier It and goodness knows where, and you know, that sort of says to me it's a very different environment that we're heading to. Malls to me are sometimes a lot emptier than they were before, especially those in the big office areas like Sandton and so on. I find the smaller shopping centers seem to be picking up a lot of people because people now work from home, and you know, if you're working from home, you're very often lonely, so you go to the local little restaurant or pub, and you have a conversation with someone, because we're social animals. So I think we'll see. I know, you know, the property thing. I want to say something on infrastructure that we need to think. South Africa does not have enough money. It is really a critical thing. Yes, the public-private partnerships can help, and this wonderful new border at Beitbridge looks quite good. The photos I've seen, and hopefully it is working today already. And I would love to see us use our infrastructure more. So that to me means that we work 24/7 on borders. We work 24/7 on airports. We work 24/7 in harbors, wherever we can, because that makes better use and efficiency of the ports. I mean, we're not the only country that has that problem. Los Angeles, the busiest harbor in the United States, I think, is Long Beach. I read now in the Wall Street Journal that the problem is that they only open 15 or 16 hours a day. And this is causing huge backlogs, and the private people that run these ports and the unions don't want the 24-hour thing, because it pleases them to be busy and have things delayed, and they feel they're in control of things. And I think we very often get that sort of thing here as well. I know our toll infrastructure works 24 hours a day. It just happens that way. But why do we then close a border, say, between South Africa and Mozambique, as a dumb example now, for 8 hours a day? So for me, the other part of infrastructure is making sure that we use the infrastructure as fully as possible. I know people don't like planes overhead, maybe, and so on. But, you know, at a place like Lanseria, there's not that much noise, there's not that much stuff, and you get to use the aeroplanes more often. And I remember in my youth, we used to catch 2 o'clock flights because they were the cheapest. And you go to what is now OR Tambo, and you'd be there at midnight to get onto a plane, and then there'd be hardly anybody but the passengers. But you get on and you get off in Cape Town at 4 o'clock, and you just hang around at the airport till the buses come at 6 o'clock and take you. But you there, and you had a much cheaper flight. The airline hopefully got to use the equipment, you know, full time. So I think that's the other aspect I just want to touch on. I think our infrastructure, I think SANRAL's done a good job with limited funds. I think other parts have done well. But the other thing that's happening, especially at Transnet's rail and also the pipelines is that there's so much stealing of cables and punching holes into the pipeline that it's absolutely unheard of in most other countries. I heard the other day 45 kilometers of cable was stolen in 2 weeks from somebody in infrastructure and Transnet. I've heard all those sort of things, and that's the other thing. If we use the infrastructure more, it gives the people less time to steal the damn things, and we need to do something about that. We need to take back that control as well. So infrastructure, yes, the spending, yes, the planning, yes, everything else. Making full use of it is the other part, and then securing it, if I can put it that way. I mean, the construction mafias that we have, all those sort of things really are not good. But we need to just make sure that we look after what we have as well. It would be great. I mean, really, thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much for that. It seems to me there's no more questions, and seeming that we are running a little bit out of time, maybe we can ask some closing remarks from our panelists this far. We can start with Warwick, and then Skumbuzo, and then Mike. Thank you, Warwick.
Thanks for that. Yeah, my comments sort of sort of echo my presentation that it's now time to let the tacky hit the surface and start doing. We're very good at planning. We've got lots of plans, but where we've got it is we've got sort of an implementation deficit and a massive one. And Skumbuzo, I must take my hats off to Sanral, who are steaming ahead and very well done with that. But generally, with the lack of the rest of the parastatals and government entities, we are not getting the traction where it matters. And my sort of encouragement or suggestion for today is, guys, it's imperative we get it right. It means that we have growth, which means we have jobs, and therefore it's our imperative. So it's now time to start doing. Keep talking, keep collaborating, but let's focus on doing. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. Why haven't we taken the first 100 steps? Thank you.
Thank you, Warwick. Skumbuzo.
Yeah, now in my view, I think next 3-4 weeks, Sanral is releasing another batch of tender awards, possibly up to 21 billion. We're working. And judging from the reforms that, as I say, these other network entities are currently seized with, the picture will change. And because the center is holding on infrastructure now, and the president is putting pressure on us to deliver, and there's this newfound partnership with the private sector, we must put emphasis on all of us doing our part. South Africa is on an upswing. We shouldn't be so critical that we paralyze ourselves into non-action. Thank you.
Thank you, Skumbuzo. Much appreciated. Mike.
I echo those sentiments of Skumbuzo 100%. We can't paralyze ourselves with thinking negatively. And that's why I think we've got to think outside of the box. We all read about it, and it is very negative what happened to PRASA stations. It's the way that the really poor working class, it was the cheapest form of transport for them. We've got to fix it. We've got no choice. People need to be able to get to work, to shop, to everything. And taxis are 5-6 times more expensive per kilometer. So I think we've really got to get that going. And I'm very pro the infrastructure spend that we can get going. I just know it's never going to be enough spend. So we also have to continuously think outside the box. How do we make better use of the current infrastructure as well? And I think, Harry, everything in these conferences that happen is very much a learning experience for all of us. And I'd like to also just say thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yes, and thank you for your support. And Mike is one of our sponsors with the Transport Forum. So thank you very much, Mike. We really appreciate your support.
Thank you.
The panelists hand. Thank you very much to our panelists. It was an excellent panelists, excellent presentations. We really appreciate your time. And we're looking forward to see a lot of you with the Transport Forum in future. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, we're going to have some fun again, and it's time to visit the breakout rooms again. So what you can do now kindly is go to breakout rooms. The bottom of your screen, you should see it. And go and select the breakout room that you would like to visit. We're going to do 2 again. And remember, they have prizes that you can win. You can join the room, then we will broadcast a message after a minute or so that the presentations can start. You will be introduced to the company, presenting to you. And then after 10 minutes, you will be prompted to select another room again. So we'll do 2 rooms again. So please go and select a room. We will also allocate people randomly who hasn't selected the room. So go and select rooms now. Thank you very much. Have fun.
Come.
This thing we put in front of the guest toilet, I don't like it.
And people on YouTube, kindly bear with us. And we will see you in a few minutes' time. We're just doing the breakouts. All right, guys, you still being in the main room. We're going to allocate you to rooms randomly. You can accept it or decline. It's up to you. Just see how many rooms are there now. Those who are not in that breakout rooms, guys, on YouTube as well, I've got now many people visiting the breakout rooms we're using as booths. It's the first time we're actually doing this, and it's working quite nice, actually. Lots of people now visiting booths, getting presentations, being introduced to companies. It's actually working very nicely, it seems. So that will be for another 8 minutes, one booth, and then we'll get the people over to another booth, which will take another 10 minutes, and then we'll commence with the main session again. We still have 3 exciting presentations this afternoon. Michelle and Slapu from Maria will present an economic case for third-party access. We've got Trevor Tiegler from Lansiri Airport, the general manager there. Lessons learned, as well as lessons learned from Transnet pipelines. So it's exciting presentation still this afternoon.
I'm back this side, Harry. Good morning, good day.
Hi, Marcella.
Hi.
You
I left
safely in Durban.
Yes, it was a long drive, but I enjoyed it.
Beautiful countries.
Yeah, and the road as well. You know, when you know how to drive, and taking those bends is a satisfying thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great to see, and thankful that you're safe and sound.
No,
And
thank you.
your Zoom is working. You want me to share your slides on your behalf?
Yes, please, because this business have the new laptop. Yeah.
Okay, I will do it for you. Okay, colleagues, we're just waiting for some people to return to the main room, and then we're going to commence with the event. Just another minute or so. All right, ladies and gents, I trust you had lots of fun doing the breakout rooms and booths. It's the first time we're doing this, so hopefully it's working, and yeah, it's fruitful discussions. Thank you very much for your participation. Ladies and gents, our first presenter for the second half of the event is Masela Nhlapo. She's the Chief Executive Officer of African Rail Industry Association. She's going to talk about an economic case for third-party access. Thank you very much, Masela. You can kindly switch your camera on.
I'm having technical difficulties because of the new laptop. Mike said earlier on that people are working from home, but we find ourselves with new machines and our desktops have become redundant. So unfortunately, my camera is not the best. Yeah,
no problem, Masela. We appreciate it. I just want to mention to the people you've driven all the way from Johannesburg to Durban this morning as well. So we appreciate all your effort to still attend this event. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Anytime. Let me start off. Welcome, everybody. First of all, let me thank you for coming here and being able to attend this Zoom. Harry always provided the best Zoom platform and valuable to all stakeholders. As an introduction, my name is Masela Nhlapo. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the African Rail Industry Association. As you can see on your screen, the topic for today is an economic case for third-party access. What we are hoping to achieve is not only for the participants to know what we have been doing in terms of third-party access, but to appreciate that third-party access is an instrument to change how we the economic development of the country. So for just an overlook, I will be looking at the South African economy, the structural reforms, foresight for economic growth, transport as a catalyst for socio-economic growth and development. Then I will go into third-party access and transport in general. The South African economy is fundamentally low growth economy. Factors that have contributed to South Africa's low growth potentially include our history of exclusion from the wealth markets due to apartheid, coupled with protection policies and subsidies aimed at creating and growing local industry. The primary reason we need sustained high economic growth are evident. To create jobs, to reduce inequality, it is only through this that we will create a stable society. South Africa desperately needs structural reforms. Now, what is structural reform? Structural reform is a policy measure that reduce or remove impediments to the efficient allocation of resources in order to promote long-term growth. This includes competitive enhancing measures, fighting of monopolies and labor market, restructuring of organizations to increase efficiency. Structural reforms are aimed at promoting domestic financial development. This can be important for components of as a strategy to invigorate the economy and economic growth and development. South Africa cannot afford to delay reforms. It is essential to undertake reforms to restore long-run fiscal sustainability and growth, while continuing to support the economy in the short run. On the 27th of August, Treasury released a document titled Economic Transformation, Inclusive Growth, Competitiveness Towards an Economic Strategy for South Africa. Now, this document provided that a combination of low growth and rising unemployment means South African economy trajectory is unsustainable. The key political lesson emerging from the analysis is that the crisis and ensuing recession have acted as a catalyst for structural reform. We are fortunate that with third-party access, we have political support. What had been politically impossible has become politically inevitable. We need this, it's not a nice to have. So therefore, politically, there is great support for third-party access. The foresight for economic growth in South Africa and the continent, because we don't operate in a vacuum. The overarching themes that provide opportunities for the country to overcome its obstacles and spur inclusive growth includes investment climate, export capacity, that is going to be key. But this is also an opportunity for a great reset of economies, of the sectors, of the industry. Now, the great reset is relaunching the South African economy. Private sector leadership is required, which is building businesses and creating jobs. The continental integration is going to be key, and also uniting a revitalized Africa. So as we look at ourselves to increase trade between African countries. For African countries to survive, these shocks, policymakers and private sector actors must work more closely together than before. We have had a period where we talk past each other with government, and the crisis has forced us as public and private sector to talk to each other and not talk past each other. The two actors must jointly take action to protect the economic gains of recent decades. An increased political commitment is almost the essential prerequisite for the success of structural reform. Private and public sector is more than marriage of convenience. The partnership should not be short-term, should be long-term. We need a sustainable economy as South Africa in order to achieve the growth that we're looking for. Looking at transport as a catalyst for socio-economic growth and development. The quality and quantity of transport infrastructure often counts to the level of economic development. At the macroeconomic level, the importance of transportation for the economy as a whole is that the mobility it confers are linked to the level of output, employment, and income within the national economy. The famous Warren Buffett was once asked if he was stranded in an island, which economic indicator he would choose, and he said he will choose freight rail. So when rail is doing well, it usually means the economy is running pretty strong. Just like the Bulls, when they're performing well, it means the rugby in South Africa is very strong. Where rails go, jobs follow. Business expand. Opportunities are realized. And the doors of possibilities swing wide open. Without an efficient rail network, industries will incur higher costs, and those costs would raise prices of a larger share of consumer goods. In the 2021 budget review, the minister provided that SOEs that are in financial distress will need to expedite the implementation of reforms, which will include facilitating private sector participation, costing development mandates, and streamlining operation to focus on core mandates. And we believe that there are few state-owned entities that are under severe pressure. Others have actually reached their budget, their debt ceiling. Now, Treasury should invite private sector participation where government cannot presently afford to invest. The granting of third-party access to the core rail network is crucial for promoting private sector participation. All infrastructure projects of strategic importance should be developed in coordination with government, the private sector, and SOCs to alleviate pressure on the balance sheet of these entities and balance sheet of South Africa. This is the beginning, ladies and gentlemen, the dawn of a new era of transportation. Misila has been involved on a media campaign or PR campaign to educate the general public as to what rail is. And the earlier days where I was engaging with media, I got interesting questions. What about BRASA? And forgetting that BRASA is not the rail industry. The rail industry includes BRASA, Transnet, and other actors that are actually permit holders with the railway safety regulator. But if we were to look at third-party access in terms of numbers, plus minus 17% of South African general freight business currently moves by rail. Transnet moved 215 million tons in 2019, which is a decline by 5% from 2018. We expect that the 2020 results will show a significant decline. More than 80% of the country's 36 kilometers rail track has significant capacity, which we'll demonstrate in the next slides, that is based on our research. 190 million tons of intercity freight and 20 million tons of bulk commodities move by road every year. You can imagine that my drive from Johannesburg to Durban was interesting. I asked my son to count the trucks. Within 5 minutes, he lost interest and he said, there's just too many trucks on the road. We're also looking at, through a third party, that 58 million tons could possibly move to rail almost immediately. But the other knock-off effect, what the country will benefit is that the demand for coming from third-party access would generate the manufacture of rolling stock, and we anticipate that the volume requirement, we're looking at about 45 billion rands. Now, this is significant, particularly for the railway sector that has gone through a bloodbath. When we look at PRASA, that has had a leadership of which I normally call it a merry-go-round. Without permanent leadership, it is unlikely that an organization will thrive. We have had a number of years where PRASA has not been spending their OPEX or CAPEX. And that in turn has a big impact on industry, not suppliers who supply services only, but manufacturers, because once you lose that capacity, it's very difficult to get it back. One of our members says that they have not done work for PRASA since 2013. Now, this particular company is in track maintenance. Now, if track maintenance companies are not offering services to PRASA, then the results or what we see today should not surprise us. We need PRASA, it's their asset. Transnet is their asset. They have a responsibility to protect their asset, and it's the public's asset. Now, if a railways is not utilized or underutilized, it's easy for Misela to put together a check on the track, and it will be difficult to remove Misela from that track. So underutilization of the track has a direct impact of the damage of the infrastructure that we see today. Through our research that we have done, we know that South Africa has 36 kilometers of installed track, 23,000 route kilometers. To replace our network, we're looking at about 1.5 trillion rands. Our network also is the equivalent to that of Germany, and 80% of African installed base is in South Africa. You'll also realize that most international companies, the likes of General Electric, now Wabtec, Alstom, Bombardier, are using South Africa as their landing base, because largely this is still where the business for rail is. And I will further demonstrate in the next slides where there has been rather a confusion or a lack of understanding of what third-party access is as compared to branch lines. Accessing branch lines and concessioning of branch lines, it is not third-party access. Third-party access is when the monopoly owner of infrastructure allows private sector to use the infrastructure. Now, when we look at freight volumes, this is when before I was born, where we had the annual tons increasing, but where we had introduced your Oryx line and your coal line, your general freight actually, or the annual tons started to decrease. And that in turn means that the general freight has been largely ignored by Transnet. In the rail policy, the draft white paper, the executive summary there, it says it's Transnet doesn't know, it's either Transnet doesn't know their customers or are not willing to service those customers. And then on those bases, then there is capacity and need for private sector, the risk takers that will be able to step in and provide services to clients that require their freight to move by rail. So the reduction in volumes for 2018, we see it, but we expect even larger reduction in the 2020 financial year, which is the 31st of March 2021. But this large reduction, it cannot be justified by COVID having an impact. Are decisions that we made as South Africans, as government, that the full lockdown, it will also mean that freight doesn't work. You look at our neighbors, Tanzania and Zambia. They were operating throughout the pandemic, whether we're level 5 or not. They actually pushed through more volumes, made more money, to such an extent that the TAZARA board is encouraging the TAZARA executives to enter into more contracts of open access. They are expecting that in the current financial year, it is through open access that they will increase their revenue by 25%. Now, that 25% is then plowed back in the infrastructure to rehabilitate the infrastructure. And also what has been noted is that there has been savings in terms of maintenance costs for road maintenance. Now, do we need state investment for third-party access? We think third-party access is a budget positive structural reform. More than 80% of the network has significant capacity. The red lines that you see is where the lines are between 80 to 100%. That is the Oryx line, the coal lines, and other lines that are of significant value in terms of profits to Transnet Freight Rail. Then you see the green lines where there is about 0 to 30% capacity that is currently being used. So private sector can use the remainder of the 70% in order to capacitate and move from road to rail and ensure that clients that actually want to have their volumes being moved by rail are therefore afforded an opportunity to do so. We are engaging a number of stakeholders. We have engaged BUSA. We are expecting them to publicly come out to endorse third-party access. We have engaged with Agri-SA that as private operators, we are able to meet their demand. They moved from rail to road because of the inefficiency and a service that was not reliable, and therefore damaging their reputation with their clients. And also we're working with the Forestry Association, and interestingly enough, one of their members, we will be conducting a pilot project with them, because in some instances, when we look at the numbers, where their cargo moved by road, let's say 70% move by road, we're looking at that 70% completely moving by rail. But also there will be a demand for innovative rolling stock wagons that needs to be supplied to the industry. Yesterday we met with the South African Petroleum Industry Association. We will be meeting with their members to identify areas of interest where they will benefit on third-party access. On Friday, we're meeting NAMSA, and the reason for NAMSA meeting is that few months ago, there was a announcement that Transnet has partnered with Ford and it's a big investment. Unfortunately, the project has not kicked off. Now, where there are bottlenecks in providing services, we honestly believe that third-party access will then alleviate where Transnet cannot offer those services. Third-party access is not privatization. How they define privatization is the sale of state assets. Now, third-party access, we want to access the network. You and I, or at least those that are allowed to drive on South African roads, we can access the N1, N12 any day. So what we're seeking through third-party access is access to the infrastructure that is owned by government. And we believe that through third-party access, the infrastructure should stay in government's hands. Otherwise, we will be looking at open access. So in this way, we ensure that there is an equal playing field for all operators, and all operators will be treated the same. And for us, that type of model is important. We had looked at the branch lines as well. So the branch lines are reflected by the black lines. It is our strong belief that most branch lines cannot be used anymore, with the exception maybe of one or two. But the reason for branch lines when they were formulated were to bring economic growth to those particular rural areas. So the branch lines are not third-party access. They are not sustainable. They have no economic value for profit-driven companies, because our members are private companies and they're in the business of making profits. So it is quite important that we are not competing with Transnet. The Oryx line is 80 to 100%, and the coal line is also at maximum capacity. But where the opportunities lie is with general freight business. And this is all that we're looking for. But because we are not competing with Transnet, instead of transporting our commodities or our cargo with looking at 2 or 3 lines, will actually add value to the rail freight business to ensure that when you increase your participation, or rather when you increase the number of players, we therefore have a direct impact on economic development, and then therefore creating sustainable jobs, and then therefore revitalization of the manufacturing sector, including taking advantage of the African Union resolution that South Africa will be the hub of rolling stock manufacturing. So there are a number of benefits that come with third-party access, which is in the best interest of South Africa. We have almost 70% of the youth in the country that are unemployed. Now, this is unfortunate. We can't have an economy that needs to grow where the youth is unemployed. So third-party access, the structural reform is not a nice to have. We need it as a country. And we are fortunate that the pandemic that caused a huge crisis in our economy has actually forced government's hand to implement, or rather to ensure that third-party access is implemented as soon as possible. The president had announced on the 15th of October in 2020 that it will be third-party access will be implemented in 12 months. We don't have implementation, but we also want to use this opportunity to go back to the draft white paper. That was November 2017. Then the Treasury document is the 27th of August in 2019. Then the president announcement is in 2020. Now, if you look at the numbers, we have lost about 4 years. Now, 4 years, what we could have achieved for the economy over 4 years is significant. We need a government that makes decisions on very quickly. I'd rather have a decision that benefits South African than forever planning, coming with different plans. We as private sector have a responsibility to work with government for one simple reason. Government is very good at coming up with plans. Private sector should be the implementing partner to ensure that whatever has been planned can be implemented. And hence we had created a study for the practical implementation of third-party access. Currently, in terms of looking at the public law consideration, of which we are assisted by our legal counsel, Weber Wenser, their opinion that they've provided is that there is nothing in the legislation that prevents third-party access to be implemented today. We don't need new legislation. What we have today is sufficient. We just need the private operator to enter into an access agreement with Transnet. Now, this is not about Transnet. This is not about politicians, but it's about the bigger goal of saving what we have as South Africa. We cannot afford to lose the infrastructure. We need to maintain the infrastructure that we have and make it better. Now, transportation is not just about trains and the cars and the things on wheels. It is about how people get to and from work. It is the underpinning of economic development. I think structural reform is about economic transformation, supporting labor-intensive industries, and also about sustainable employment. And hence, structural reform is not about today. We are in it for the long run. Third-party access is essential to achieve economic growth through structural reform. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Marcella, for lots of wise words, and definitely a very good case for third-party access. I see Mike Daniel is saying here, Marcella for president. So I agree. Thank you. So you will be kindly available for the panel discussion or the questions and answers just now?
Yes, I'll be available. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcella. We're looking forward to that. Thanks a lot. Right, ladies and gents, we've got our next presenter on here today, and that is Mr. Trevor Tigler. He's the General Manager at Lanseria Airport. He's going to talk about lessons learned and a road ahead Lanseria Airport. Thank you, Trevor. If you can just go to slideshow mode, it will be great.
Sorry, Harry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Trevor.
Oh, okay. You helped me with this the other day and I've forgotten.
Yeah, the bottom right of your screen, there's a little screen where you can click on for
Yeah, got it. Here we go.
Can you switch on your camera? Okay, now you need to go to display settings at the top of your screen and swap the view. That
Okay.
one. There we go. Thank you, Trevor.
All right, great. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, everybody. And good afternoon. Graveyard shift, as it's commonly called. I'm going to try and be as quick as possible and not too bore everybody to death. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm getting my slides to move.
Try spacebar. Okay, maybe try reshare. There we go, there we go.
There we go, got it. Okay. Just the correction as well, Harry. I'm the executive manager operations, not general manager. But I don't hassle about titles, but other people may. So just for the correct, so that nobody challenges me tomorrow about that. Then just going into, and I'm more going to speak related more to the COVID-19 pandemic and how it affected airports, more so than what a lot of the other presenters has touched on. But basically, airports globally fundamentally transformed through the ages, and not only critically to aviation, but also economic growth and development. And that translated not only to the air traveling community, but also communities that surround the airports and the greater growth, including job creation. Therefore, by definition, airports have evolved into a major role player outside of aviation. And this has obviously become globally acknowledged, irrespective of size of airports or its operation. So this is what lockdown means to airport infrastructure. I'm sure those that traveled during the early stages of lockdown, whether it was through Lanseria International or any other airport, would have seen a similar picture of a ghost town. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to do this with my mouse, so if it jumps around, just bear with me. So airports started out mere infrastructure support, the point of processing arrival and departing passengers and cargo. And that later evolved into public places where people went to go and see aeroplanes land and take off. Later into more non-aeronautical financial models, generating increase and improved revenues for airport companies, authorities, and communities. I think everybody can remember where airports were referred to as shopping malls phenomena, and that became the lead when it came to new and improved infrastructure development, which was more focused on terminal buildings, the design and the travel experience, and more non-aeronautical revenue income generator. So airports and the surrounding catchments became a new development zone as well. That's through revenue generation split of aero and non-aeronautical revenue generators, and also saw the birth of IDZ, or as we commonly know today, the aerotropolis or smart city concepts. Also the advent of new aircraft design. Airports generally invested huge capital cost infrastructure in anticipation of the new large aircraft and bringing in projected increase in passenger volumes. And this, if we can all remember, was pre the global COVID pandemic crisis. Global lockdown and restriction of cross-border movement decimated aero and non-aeronautical revenue streams, leaving airport authorities and companies with huge unanticipated debt recovery and negatively impacting economies, and also huge job losses throughout all services in the industry. The projected recovery as of this month by IATA and ICAO is currently estimated only to be in the years 24-25, and even that is not currently guaranteed. Sorry, guys. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm losing my ability to transfer my. Bigger. Let me try it that way. I've gone to my scroll bar. Yeah, sorry, that's the one. Apologies, everyone. So the pandemic demonstrated the vulnerability of global economies and especially aviation, which was the most affected and efficient global connector of passenger and goods. Not one sector has been spared, but mostly airlines, where there was been significant business rescue closure, directly impacting countries, cities, communities, and in some instances, the biggest GDP contributors through trade and tourism. And I think Mike Schuessler touched a lot on this, as Kumbuzo also mentioned as an economist, the impact of global connectivity, freight and passengers. The spread of COVID-19 was unfortunately also directly linked to air transport between countries, and this made the industry to be seen as the main culprit and bearing the brunt of global country lockdown and border closures. So the COVID-19 pandemic has and is changing the way we conduct future business. And in the aviation community, we have to review the current operating models and the entire value chain in recovery planning. And we shouldn't be short-sighted by short-term debt loan repayments incurred, but more for a long-term sustainability of the industry. Hopefully, the ratio of business versus leisure travel obviously has also seen significant change due to lockdown restrictions, travel bans, and obviously the emergence of the online virtual platforms as what we're currently using, Zoom and Microsoft Teams. So travel restrictions and also the fear of contracting the virus, considering aircraft, close contact, pressurized vessel, the lack of disposable income due to job losses, and then also restricted working hours, saw a huge reduction in air travel demand. Then also the riots and violence in July 2021 didn't do us any favors. It actually further damaged any signs of recovery in the domestic market. We are also yet to see if this instability will impact when South Africa opens its borders to international travel, especially inbound tourism. That being said, it's more a case of the safety and security, which has always been a concern focused on South Africa, and this probably could impact it even more. Then also, if there's any negative fallout from the forthcoming local government elections, the recovery trajectory from COVID pandemic will just be further enhanced. However, on the positive move to alert level 1, we've seen that the domestic airline operators has increased the scheduled operations, especially early morning and late evening flights. Obviously, when we were still in alert level 3, and the curfew hours was 10 o'clock, and places that had shut down at 9, that meant that your latest departures on a 2-hour journey would have to be around about 5:30 in the evening, if it's Cape Town to Johannesburg, or vice versa. So that's obviously helped us a lot. But as South Africans, we're always resilient to adversity. I think, even as much as what we moan and be grumpy, we still sort of find a way to either laugh about it or work around it. And we're hopeful that, as usual, our festive season is always where everybody travels and, finds places that they want to go and visit and spend their vacations, that this will continue. It may not be the same numbers we've experienced in the past, but I think there will be a significant increase from the current numbers, and kind of again in line with what Mike Schuessler shared with us earlier on. So how do we as Lanseria purpose ourselves in recovering? So we refocus, we need to repurpose our business model, and that's in line with global industry practices and, of course, international and local legislative requirements. And here I'm referring to the recently launched COVID vaccination passport. That seems to be becoming the norm globally, and that would be something that we would obviously have to make sure that we speed up on that if we want to look at foreign travel in and outbound. Then both an internal and external perspection of LIA, our resources, our target markets, our passengers, tenants, our retailers, our airline operators, the routes they serve, some of the service provider contracts and the service level agreements, and also infrastructure developments. We understand that this has to be done through a collaborative decision-making process, taking with us all of the above to ensure that we can achieve a sustainable growth trajectory that benefits the communities, the stakeholders, and the role players. And if I can just pause on this, more so the reason behind that being that if we do it by ourselves and we don't get the buy-in from those important role players and stakeholders, we could find ourselves in a bit of a quandary and not being sensitive to the recovery trajectory, because that trajectory may not be the same for everybody that's involved in this business. So we need to make sure that we don't either lag behind or run too far ahead, and also make to get our fellow colleagues and role players to understand our reasons and rationale for making any sort of changes or deliverables, and how we plan to do that with their support. But we also had some difficult business decisions that had to be made. I don't know if we can all remember, but when the president put us the very first time in lockdown, it was for a period of 21 days, and we're sitting almost 2 years later. So when we thought that it was going to be something that was going to be short-term and easily recovered, unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So we had to adapt to challenges, excuse me, to sustain the business. That included, unfortunately, some temporary staff reductions. We had to look at relief on contractual obligations of our retailers and our tenants, staff working hours, shift rotations, salary adjustments. Obviously, that was with the lockdown levels and the reduced hours. We also had to temporarily shut down and closure of non-essential services, example, the car park. This was more so when we were at the level 5 restrictions. And that also went along the lines of switching off some of our equipment and machinery when the airport was shut for the period of about 2 months. We also had to look at our assets and manage them more effectively and efficiently when we just got back to having the airport operations being allowed again. And yeah, again, cost-effective measures. Remember, when machinery stands for a downtime of, like I say, about 2 months, you don't just start it up and it just works perfectly again. So it was a little bit of asset management in that sense. And then also the relief from our service providers, going to those people that service us that we have to pay monies to. We also had to seek some relief from them. So yeah, are our strategic objectives of pre-COVID still aligned? How do we improve business management of our assets? How do we do our operational efficiencies different? The effectiveness of our airport infrastructure and resources, understanding that we won't just be able to go out and spend loads of money. The impact of the legislative and statutory regulations on aviation. As you know, it's not just hand sanitizers for across the board. It's a little bit more difficult when it comes to confined spaces like airports. So there's other additional legislative requirements. And then, does our current business operating model remain effective? And if so, what do we do, if anything, to meet the recovery and sustainability challenge? What and how we do meet the new airline and passenger experience, the demands and requirements. Remember, passengers are just ordinary members of the public, and everybody has a different opinion and a different requirement and a different expectation. And so how do we find the most appropriate, effective way of meeting all of those, including our airlines? They have also put on some demands onto airports with regards to their operations, and bearing in mind that the passenger also relates the airline to the airport. And how do we adapt to to the new global air travel demands, including regulations. And ICAO which is the International Civil Aviation Organization, which we are signatory of, that controls aviation globally, are working very hard with IATA, especially as I was referring to the vaccinations, the travel passport. They're coming out very strongly against, if I can put it that way, airports to just increase tariffs and charges. And as I put it early on, that's more around trying to recover the debt incurred. And so those things become a little bit of a challenge on working with them, and also how do we maximize benefit in a way. And how do we enhance or change the way we conduct our business in a manner that benefits everybody? I think I touched on that. That's the CDM process. And then the resilience to bounce back from such unpredictable economic shutdown. And I know Mike touched again a lot on the economic shutdowns, but the recovery is not going to be overnight, particularly in this industry where margins are very tight. And as I mentioned, there's some big airlines and well-known brands and names that have unfortunately gone to the wall. I see there are some governments now stepping in to try and bail them out, but that's a wait and see at the moment. Then the other big challenge that we have is the role of government in economic recovery. That is lifting of restrictions, COVID levels, lifting of travel bans and cross-border movements. I'm hoping I haven't heard anything. I know the UK is supposed to announce today whether we're off the red list. That's one of our big target markets. Recovery of the tourism industry and a willingness of persons to utilize air travel services again. It's a huge challenge. And the tourism industry, I know has been decimated to no extent due to COVID. So them gearing up is reliant on borders and airports and airlines doing their part. To research industry patterns, so as to what and how other airports are adapting to global post-pandemic changes and requirements. And here we talk about a lot of technological advances, particularly in the IT environment, impact on our airline operators, our tenants, retailers, because they need to recover as well. With their recovery is our recovery. And then the road to recovery and sustainability for aviation is projected to be more short-term. However, the economic recovery will be medium to long term. So although you may start to see a lot of more people at our airports and utilizing our airlines, that would be the industry recovery, but the economic recovery will be much, much longer. And so the industry will be reliant on trade and tourism. Mike touched on, I think it was Mike that touched on cargo operations. However, I must be honest, Mike, and I didn't want to butt in during the time, cargo was probably the biggest savior globally. There was huge amounts of cargo, air cargo movements. A few airlines converted passenger aircraft into cargo type aircraft to satisfy demand of moving goods, particularly vaccines. But yeah, our numbers didn't look too great, but we were part of a robust cargo movement. Recovery will also be dependent on supply and demand. The economic costs of such a recovery must serve as a stimulus for growth, not just within the aviation industry. And it mustn't be seen to be a recovery at all costs kind of approach. That's it from my side, Harry. I try to keep it as short and sweet and try and play some catch up. The one comment that I just did want to make is that, which unfortunately I didn't get a chance to include in any of my slides, is airports, and I think to a large extent airlines, are moving to a contactless type operation. So in the very near future, I think we will see the redundancy more so of not passengers, to having physical contact. It will be all contactless via technology. Thanks. I don't know if there's anything else, Harry.
Trevor, I thank you very much. Clearly, you do not have an easy job. And Syria is an excellent airport. I need to go and collect my wife this evening again there. She's flying in from Cape Town. And it's always a pleasure going there, especially with now the new parking and everything. It's beautiful, that buildings. So congratulations with that. Trevor, hopefully you're available for the questions and answers.
I shall do so. I shall be available. Harry, thanks so much. Thanks to everybody else. Good luck for the rest of the afternoon. I'll be here.
Thank you so much. I see there's already questions. There are questions in the chat room already for you. So great stuff. Ladies and gents, our next presenter then is Mr. Simbongiseni Kathy. He's the Chief Operating Officer of Transnet Pipelines. And he's going to talk about lessons learned and the road ahead. Transnet Pipelines. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Harry, and good afternoon to everyone. I hope I'm audible enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the previous speaker was saying he's on a graveyard shift. I'm even on the west shift, but hopefully I'll try to be quick and be gone. Yeah. And thank you for inviting Transnet Pipeline. I know most Transnet Pipeline in relation to the rest of Transnet, we are sort of an underground business, and people don't normally see us as visible as the rest of the Transnet divisions. So I'm just quickly going to share a little bit about overview of Transnet Pipeline. Probably some of the people might not be aware of what Transnet Pipeline is and what we do. And then just look at some key events that have shaped us and then lesson learned from those key events. And then look at the road ahead in terms of what we are planning to do. So Transnet Pipeline, basically we are a divisions of Transnet SOC, and primarily responsible for transporting petroleum fuel, which is your petrol, your diesel, aviation fuel, your jet, and then also your gas. I think if you can look on your screen, there is a map that basically shows where we are predominantly operating. We are taking product from the coast into the inland market, and then also take product from Secunda refinery into the market, and then also from the Nitref refinery. We have a new, not so new now, but a 24-inch pipeline that runs from the coast, which is called a multi-product pipeline. We also do transport crude that supplies the Nitref refinery. 100% of the crude that goes to the Nitref refinery is supplied by Transnet pipelines through our pipeline. We also do gas. We've got a pipeline that runs from Secunda that transport gas from Secunda via Mpangeni all the way down to Durban. Transnet Pipeline, we've got three sort of businesses in one. We've got a petroleum business, which is our main business, which transport petroleum fuel. Then we've got a storage business, which we do storage at Talton depot in Krugersdorp. And then also have a small gas business. I think if you can see on the slide, you can see the size of the business. The revenue on our petroleum business about 5 billion. And then the storage small is about 36 million. And then about the gas is also small. And then the volumes that we transport in terms of petroleum, we do about 17 billion. And then on storage, we do about 734 million liters per annum. And then gas, we do about 119 million cubic meters of gas. So, and that is done with about 672 employees. Our mandate is primarily to reduce the cost of business and then ensure security of supply and then enable economic growth. So what I'm going to just to share with you in terms of how, with the challenges that the country has been facing, that we also have been facing, how did we manage to ensure the security of supply of fuel within the country? I think most of you can admit that maybe a little bit hiccup, but in the main, we are able to find fuel in the inland market, and that has been through the work that we have been doing. I think the slide, I'm not going to go through it. I think I've just summarized exactly what the slide is all about. It just gives us an idea of what Transnet Pipeline does, and from a summary. So these are the key events probably that has shaped us and that we have faced going forward that I want to share the lessons learned from. One obviously I think is the COVID-19, which I think we all understand, and I think there's been extensive discussion around that, which affected obviously our employees in terms of them obviously tested positive, and some of them obviously had to be quarantined, and you have to balance the quarantining and the positive employees, and some of them unfortunately passed away, and also making sure that we still ensure security of supply. And also within the lockdown, we were essential service, so we still had to operate within that. So these are the challenges that we had to face. I think the unrest, it affected mainly, I mean, the KZN and the Gauteng, and basically that's where really we operate. And still within that, we had to ensure that we are able to operate. And then the key issue was around security of employees in terms of being able to get to work. But secondly, also what's critical was to make sure that the employees, they have the necessities as they need. As much as we carry fuel, but we don't have access to fuel because the fuel that we carry belongs to our customers. So fuel was also one of the things that we had challenged with in terms of how we secure fuel for our people so that they can come to work. I think one of the other things that really we are battling with is fuel theft issues from our pipeline. I think over the years since we started our operation, we never had issues of fuel theft, but on the past sort of 2.5 years, we've got a serious issues of fuel theft. People are taking our network of pipeline. Initially, they got sort of into block valves, and then now they moved to the actual line itself, where they will dig the pipe, which is underground, and then make their own tap into the pipeline. And that's predominantly in the whole 5 provinces that we actually operate. So it has been something that has given us headache. But of course, the most issue is that pipeline is under pressure. So when, unfortunately, there is a spill, it is a huge spill that we had to deal with. And part of it is to deal with remediation cost around those issues. And I think it's been public domain that Transnet was affected by the cyber attack towards the latter end of July. And so that resulted, even those areas that were not affected, we had to shut down the system so that we can understand what's going on and then start to bring them back through that. Also, I mean, there's some few lessons that we've learned. But generally, I think the last part is we are experiencing the issues of declining volumes. I think it's the fact that aviation has got challenged and everyone else got challenged, people are working from home. It means that we transport less and less and less volumes. And also the future of petroleum product becomes something that we are starting to say, what does that mean and what is mean for the infrastructure that we've got as a Transnet pipeline. So what I'm just going to just quickly then go through this. I think probably all of us, I think we reacted almost the same way when COVID-19 hit, where we went and looked at our business continuity to say how we continue with this and we had to review our risk in terms of internal and external, in terms of how we now going to conduct business, because part of our business we conduct, we need to go to the facilities of our customers. But with COVID, now we need to say, how do we do that? How do we comply with their requirements? Can we be able to do that? And then also do the shift rostering to make sure that we now minimize contact. And that, for me, the critical part was to make sure that we are having good relationship with our organized labor, because that involved changing shift patterns so that we can have minimum contact between shifts, because we still have to do the work. And then obviously making sure that we can set up people to work from home, those who are not required to be able to be at work, was some of the things that we had to be able to get to and master. And then awareness to the employees in terms of the COVID, what it is, what it does, because I think mostly when people couldn't come to work was more about the fear in terms of, will I contracted if I do this? And the information, unfortunately, initially, I think all aware it was very sketchy in terms of where do you get this thing and how to deal with areas when people have been affected, how to decontaminate and all of those things. So those are the things. But also I think the leadership styles that we had to deal with were to be more empathetic in terms of our people, because either some of them have lost loved ones, some of them have had loved ones losing their jobs, they have to support them, and all of those things that become more difficult for them to be able to deal with some of the situations. And it was important that the leadership, we go up and be with our people and we show them the support that they need. And then also to make sure that we provide the PPE going forward. So I think going forward, obviously, what is more critical now is to say, how do we live with the new normal? How to define it so that we can be able to get back to the normal business and do what is required, and how to encourage our people to go for vaccination. We are driving the VOMA together with the government to make sure that at least our employees are protected, and let's start from the top to make sure that the leadership leads and actually show people that it can be, we can all be vaccinated and we can be protected. And also to make sure that now we've got policies that support working from home, that support people under the COVID-19 environment. So that's basically it. I think the issue of unrest, I think it's the similar approach that we had to deal with. But I think what was more critical is that understanding where our employees stay, and then sometimes to make sure that we've got a database of the employees, if they move places and then they change, to make sure that that database is correctly mapped out, so that in the event that there's unrest and you need to support your people with transport, you know exactly how to group them and how to support them. I think those are some of the issues that we figured out how difficult it was to deal with it. But also the basic necessities that people have in terms of food, in terms of fuel, and all of those things. In fact, we had a situation where we almost had to shut down the pipeline because people didn't have fuel to actually come to work. So to make sure that we've got those relationships established with the fuel retailers that are close by to where we are, so that at least in this case, if there's chance of getting fuel, we can make sure that our people are able to get fuel. And I think we managed to, towards the end, to get that resolved, so that at least all the Transnet staff can get fuel into certain areas, and they can get provisions in areas so that they can be able to do what needs to be done. So these were the challenges. But I think what we tried to do is to make sure that at least we kept our storage facilities, accumulation facilities full. I think the problem that we experienced was that we had fuel in our facilities, and also I think in our customers had fuel, but I think the challenge during unrest was how do we get fuel transported from there to the filling station safely. And I think that's where then we find that there was a hiccup in the security of supply, because in all the meetings that we had with the authorities, it was saying, yes, we are good in terms of fuel, but the challenge is we cannot guarantee the safety of our drivers when we are going to supply. So what basically we learned is to make sure that keep your list of employees updated, you know, where they stay, those critical employees, so that in case there is a need for you to transport them, you go to the right place at the right time. And then secondly, make sure that you build a relationship with the suppliers of necessities in terms of fuel, in terms of food, so that at least the employees, when they come to work, can be able to provide food. And I think obviously, I think what was more critical was how to also support the families of the employees, because the problem is that when the employees are actually not at work, and then someone is not at home to support them. So those were some of the challenges that we had to experience going forward. And also, how do we actually make sure that we look at the legislation to ensure that NKP sites, which we are supported when in times of crisis. So those are some of the things that we are actually looking at. Also, to make sure that when there's communication happening between the bodies, whether it's SAPIA or someone else, we've got joint statements in terms of people who are handling fuel. So because sometimes it looks like other bodies will put statements that look like other bodies are not actually performing the way they're supposed to do. So those are some of the things that we probably learned going forward. Just, I think the issue of fuel theft, I'll summarize it. That really has been a serious issue that we have been experiencing since November 2018 to January. We had about 385 breaches in our pipeline. It's either through our block valves or through our pipeline itself, where we had theft incident and potential theft incident. And so if you look, there's illegal connections. Illegal connection is when someone digs and then connects the pipeline. That means we have to go and repair. we had 160 of those, and we're still having some incidents going forward around that. But I think what is of great significance is that through all of those challenges, and in some months we had as high as more than 20 incidents in a month. So, which means we had about like 5 incidents every week. And it means people have to go and repair the pipeline in those times. But through that, we managed to ensure that at least there is security of supply of product. So I think what really I want to emphasize, probably these are some of the issues that we are dealing with in terms of responding to that. In terms of technical response, we've got the teams that are looking after our pipeline, whether it's helicopters, drones, and people. And also we're focusing on intelligence to get to the bottom of what's happening. And then also to manage cases. We've got a lot of people that have been arrested, and I think we only had one successful conviction. And I think we want to push that to make sure that at least there's more people get convicted from that point of view. And so I think for me, what is more important is, I think as we gathered in this, is to make sure that we eliminate the illegal fuel industry. I think that's something that we all need to work together to make sure that we, as transporters, we don't really support such activities, to make sure that all the fuel that we get is legitimate fuel that we can use. And also, if we know that there are illegitimate activities that are happening, we are able to report them accordingly so that that industry can be closed, because it's putting our pipeline into risk, which means it's putting the security of supply fuel into risk for this country. I think cyber attack, I think really it's something that all of us are prone to. Unfortunately, as Transnet, we had experienced the worst of it, where we had a cyber attack. And what we had to do, obviously, is to come back and understand what was happening and shut down all our systems to assess them and make sure that they are safe. And then we had to gradually then bring them back and prioritize the users. Given the size of Transnet and the divisions that are there, it was difficult to make sure that you get everyone at the same time. But I think really we managed to weather the storms through those changes. But I think a couple of things that we have learned from that is, unfortunately, a state-owned company, so it's always difficult to get the right procurement done at the right time. One of the things is to get your procurement ready in case you have this, because you will need experts to try and assist you. And also to make sure that your systems backup are being monitored. I think one of the things that we have learned in some of the cases is that things that we thought that ICT was taking care of, and probably they were not taking care of the way that we wanted them to take care of when these things happen, to make sure that the backups are done, are available at the right time, and your systems is tested. There were systems that were running for a long time for us, and when they were attacked, we had to shut them down, and when we had to bring them up, we didn't have the resources. And the skills that we had, they were already gone. So it took us longer for us to get the right resources and the right skill to be able to do this. And also to separate your systems, to make sure that you've got your network systems, your control systems, they're all clearly demarcated. So if one system fails, then the other system can still be available and actually working. Just on the last point, I think on the volume side, I think it's just important to note, I think this is the graph that we probably like to share, and I think also like maybe to just get some views in terms of what the transport industry is looking, the future of fuel. I think from our side, we think that by 2030 something, we might start seeing the decline in terms of the petroleum fuel and with being replaced by more cleaner technology. And that decline, we're seeing it continuing going forward. So I think that's something that really, as Transnet Pipeline, we are consumed about to say what next. You know, we've got a investment and infrastructure that is invested already. So how do we then grow from that? And I think this is just illustration of what we think. We think that over time, on the graph on the left-hand side, our revenue will be declining because of the use of cleaner fuels, cleaner energy. And then what we need to do is either we adapt, which means we just go back to where we were before, But we think that we want to go on the right, extreme right, where we adapt and innovate and see what else can we do. And I think part of what we are focusing on is to try and get involved into the clean energy. And particularly, we already have a gas business. It's small, but I think we got experience from that. And I think the work that we are currently doing is to make sure that we get into the gas market and provide gas infrastructure to make sure that we can promote the use of energy. So these are some of the things that we think going forward we want to do. But particularly, I think one of the issues is transformation of the petroleum industry. Currently, I mean, our customers are mainly the oil majors that can use our pipeline or that are using our pipeline. So part of what we are looking is how do we get more historical disadvantaged South Africans to be able to use this infrastructure. And part of the challenges that we are experiencing is the issue around the Port of Durban and the availability of tankage facilities. And that's what we are trying to do as Transnet Pipeline, to facilitate that, to make sure that at least there's tankage availability at Island View so that people can be able to import and then can be able to utilize our Transnet pipeline going forward. So that's really some of the things I wanted to highlight from the Transnet pipeline point of view. I will be happy to entertain any questions afterwards, but thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Hopefully, I think we all understood what we are trying to do and how have we managed to ensure security of supply within the inland market while we had challenges that we had experienced. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Sibongiseni. I learned a lot now about Transnet pipelines. I didn't realize theft is such a problem. It's incredible, yeah, frightening is the word. But thank you very much for sharing all this. Please stay where you are with your camera switched on, because we would love to do a panel discussion now, just questions and answers. So if we can have Marcella, please, joining us, and we can also have Trevor Tiegler, please switch on your camera. We really appreciate that.
I'm here.
Thank you, Marcella. We are aware of your camera problems. Just waiting for Trevor. Trevor, if you can unmute yourself, please.
I wonder if there's a if unmute is a new entry into dictionary, because it has become very popular in the last few months.
Yeah, surely so. Where's my friend Trevor? Trevor, you online? Seems to me Trevor lost the signal or something. I don't know where Trevor is. But okay, let's in the meantime start then with Marcella and Sibongiseni. Ladies and gents, I already see question here for Marcella in the guys on YouTube. Let me just quickly get there. Marcella, this Vululami Chauke says, thanks Marcella for the presentation. Have you done analysis of why rail has continuously lost market share to road, including bulk cargo, which ought to be rail friendly?
One of the basic requirements for a successful railway transportation is efficiency. And unfortunately, from the service provider point of view, which is TFR in this instance, there has not been much reliability. And if I can give the recent example by Exxaro, where they publicly announced that the inefficiencies, the unreliability by TFR has actually cost them 9 billion tons in terms of coal. So when Exxaro or any customers move from rail to road, it's not that road is efficient, but road is more reliable. You can guarantee to your customer on the other end that you will receive your cargo on such and such a date. And if there are delays, you are then able to inform your client. Other customers within the rail space, they would have made contact with Transnet, and Transnet wouldn't pitch. In some instances, to get rates, it will take Transnet perhaps more than 4 weeks for them to come back to you to give you a rate. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we have in state-owned entities is that they are not run like a business. If you and I don't perform at work, you'll be fired. Whereas with state-owned entities, whether they make a profit or not, the people that are employed there, they get paid on a monthly basis and they get a bonus. So, and this is where there has been a vacuum that has been created in terms of availability of the infrastructure, and then has created a demand for third-party access. So the challenge comes from there, the inefficiency of a TFR and their customers not being able to rely on them. Promised a service, deliver on the service. If you don't deliver on a service, as a customer, I will start looking for alternatives. You look at the COVID era, the cargo that left rail and went to road, Stats SA says, you know, there's been a significant, and that cargo, chances are, will not come back to rail if there is only one, service provider. But if you have multiple private operators, then, and in particular that they are private sector, they will ensure that their services are efficient, the customers are able to rely on them because they understand business, they understand profits. And if you don't perform, you are out of the door. Whereas in state-owned entities, there is no accountability. If I take forever to give you a rate, who cares? You know? So that for me, this is where the problems and the challenges of state-owned entities are coming from. There is lack of investment in their infrastructure. Some of the infrastructure or some of the recent derailments have to do with lack of maintenance on the infrastructure. So the third-party access, of which private operators will pay access fees, then it will be a new revenue for Transnet. And I think that with their financial constraints at the moment, the access fees should be something that they should seriously consider and will be of benefit. And in particular, that they were downgraded by your Fish and the Moody and the likes. So third-party access fees will improve their financial standing and therefore add value to Transnet.
Thank you, Marcella. Clearly, there needs to be much closer collaboration between private and public sector, that's for sure. Thank you for another third-party access one. That was great. All right, ladies and gents, I see there were questions for Trevor. I don't know, obviously something happened with Trevor because he said he will join it by no discussion, so something has happened. Oh, he's saying, yeah, he has to leave for another meeting and something happened, so he can't attend anymore. Okay, that's fine. All right, here's Neo Muketsi. Fuel theft from a pipeline is frightening. Disasters in Nigeria and South America coming to mind. How safe are we? One conviction from up to 20 incidents a month is appalling. And this one said that. Where is the intelligence? So appalling, where is the intelligence? So Sibam Giseni, maybe you want to respond to that one.
No, thank you. Thank you for that question. I think one of the challenges that we had faced initially when the fuel theft started was the issue of collusion that was there between the perpetrators and the local police. So cases were registered, but were not really registered properly. And even the people that were arrested were actually arrested, and then they were released before they even appear in court. So we had to do a lot of work just to try and get the project registered with the national police, so that at least it can get the national attention. And similarly, I think we have to do a lot of work to get intelligence involved, so that we can be able to get more issues. And similarly, also on the cases, when the case have been registered, and we had found a lot of dragging feet by the prosecutors. And we had to make sure that we have our own prosecutors that we had hired to do a watch and brief, so that they can make sure that the files are prepared correctly and the cases are not thrown out of court. So I think now we've seen a lot of steam around that. We are having monthly updates from the prosecutors in terms of where we are with these cases. So I think I do believe that in the coming months, we will see more convictions that are happening. So in some cases, obviously, there have been incidents, but then we could not be able to arrest any perpetrators. But I think we've got over 120 people that have been arrested, and we've got cases that have opened against them. Some they've appeared in court in a couple of cases, some they have not. Some, it happened that they were foreign nationals, so as soon as they got arrested and they were bailed out, then they've left the country. So it's been a challenge, but I think we are now getting a very good cooperation from the law enforcement agencies. I think we will be seeing some announcement in the newspapers where we are able to get around the kingpins, because I think the people that we have been arresting, there's been mainly the runners, where I call them the people who actually can dig the holes that are going and doing the welding and doing all of those things. But we have not got back to see who is really funding them and who's sending them, because the amount of equipment and the type of equipment that we found is expensive equipment, and they hire tankers to come and get fuel. So it means somewhere, somehow, there is a big operation that is funded by people who've got money. So for us, it's to know that we are behind them, and I think soon we will get whoever is involved in this. The question of how safe are we, I think is really a series of how far away we stay from the pipeline. So the far away you stay from the pipeline, the safer you are. If you get closer, probably you might not be safe. We had fatalities. I think it was a total of 5 people who have died in this. Some, there was a fire, and then 2 of them got burned. And some, they went into a confined space within the block valve, and 2, they got burned. So we had fatalities. So basically, if you stay away from our pipeline, you are safe. But if you are closer to our pipeline, you might not be safe. And rightly so, I think one of the other issues that our pipeline, over the years, we have seen a lot of encroachment into our servitude. So in our cases, it is in a seriously built up areas. So if someone is tampering with pipeline in those areas, and there is a spill and there's a fire, we are likely to have a serious disaster. And that's why part of the work we are doing is community awareness, to make sure that community are aware that there's a pipeline and the dangers of the pipeline, so that if they see anything, they make sure that they actually inform Transnet. But in so doing, you're also doing the negative part, because then people are aware that there's a potential gold that is flowing underneath their feet. So they might want to take chances. Because in some of these cases, we've seen that there are big operations where people bring trucks, but also seen minor operations where people bring drums. So those are the challenges that we are facing, balancing how much awareness you give to people and what do they use that information for. So how safe are you? Stay away from the pipeline. You will be safe. If you see anything untoward in the pipeline, let us know. Then we'll make sure that you are safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Yes, hopefully we'll stay safe. Ladies and gents, last opportunity.
Harry, I just wanted, with regards to theft of infrastructure,
Yeah.
You know, it's shocking that we have one state, but it looks like we have different states where the police would not work with Transnet to protect the asset, the government asset. And I think it's quite shocking. In certain countries, this will not happen. Here on the continent, or even our neighbors in Zimbabwe, you know, the level of law enforcement in our country is a challenge. And I think that where pipelines have a problem is in relation to government not working with government. And maybe perhaps the question should be, Sibongiseni, is government looking at another way of protecting the infrastructure through declaring or therefore putting legislation in place for declaring this asset as a national key points? Because under that, then they will be protected differently. So I think for me, that would be possibly an alternative in protecting the asset.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sela. Well stated. Anybody else want to ask a last question?
Maybe just to make a comment on that one before you get another question. No, I agree wholeheartedly that I think government intervention is critical. I think our pump stations and our depots are declared a national key point, but the pipeline itself, unfortunately, is not. And I think that's part of the work that we're doing into getting the legislation to be able to support us declaring the pipeline, because without the pipeline, you might have two facilities on the other end, but you cannot use them if you don't have the pipeline. And I think that will help. And also, I think part of the discussion that we have had with the SNDF, it's about, because in national key point previously was under the SNDF, and then it moved to the SAPS. So, and we have made requests to get intervention from government to deploy SNDF into the pipeline for its security, because we're realizing that how critical the pipeline is to the economy of this country. If we can not afford to get fuel into the inland, there can be a catastrophic issue in terms of the economy. So I think that, unfortunately, because of currently where the legislation sits, it does not allow the SNDF to get involved. But part of the discussions that we are currently working with a joint team between Transnet and SNDF is to try and see how can we make the legislation to favor such deployment. And I think it's clear to say initially, I mean, the problem was not getting the right attention. But I think now I do think that we are really getting the support at the right level in terms of trying to deal with this. And I think in the recent while, we've seen really a great improvement in terms of the incident that we have been having. But I think also what is more important is that going forward, the work that we're doing is to make sure that because we understand that cutting the pipeline the way that we're currently doing, it won't be sustainable. Even if you can deploy National Defense Force, it's for a limited period. It's to make sure that we have the right technology that we can use to detect any encroachment to a pipeline, and then we can be able to activate issues. So the work that we're doing with CSIR, part of that to make sure that we can get the right technology that will be able to be a sustainable solution towards dealing with this issue. Thank you.
Henry, just last one. With the riots, we have seen taxi industry actually protecting infrastructure, whether it's the malls and that were destroyed. And my view is that, you know, there is a resource that is available there, because if the taxi industry is there, no one will, will even attempt to steal from Transnet. If only the taxi industry understands that if I lose this as a taxi industry, then I will not be able to put fuel in my car. So they are an interested party. And I think that perhaps there should be an engagement with that industry. And in particular, that they have shown South Africans that they can protect assets of this country if they need to. Thank you.
Thank you, very important. Yeah, thank you very much for that. All right, it doesn't seem to me there are any other questions. So what we can do now, and I've got a little surprise, we're going to ask for closing comments from our panelists, from Sela and from Sibongiseni. But then thereafter, we still have 6 gifts that we want to give away in a little competition. So we will run the little competition again after our closing comments. And then after the competition, we will ask our host to close the event for us. we just reminding all the people who's done the booths to still send through the names of the winners to Kobe Heyman. We will announce the winners, the final winners, we'll announce them through email to all of you. So we won't announce it today at the event, we'll announce it through email. But okay, some closing remarks. Maybe Marcella, some closing remarks from you?
And don't say third-party access, right? My view is that as a country, we have some serious challenges, and in particular, the unemployment rate. And the way that, I mean, looking at almost 70%, we are just inviting trouble. And so private sector needs to work with government to create jobs. Government does not create jobs, it's private sector that create jobs. But private sector needs to have a certain climate, political certainty and policy certainty to be able to invest in the economy. So it is through private sector and public sector participation in resolving the problems of this country. And it is through third-party access that us as the rail industry, we are able to diversify our clients. We can no longer count on PRASA and Transnet as clients. We need to have a diversified economy in terms of clients. The days of relying on Transnet and PRASA are gone. Private sector needs to rely on private sector to ensure that we create jobs and the skills that are appropriate for our sector. If you're still relying on PRASA, if you're still relying on Transnet, seriously consider your business model, because that is not the future. Private sector will solve private sector problems and will lessen the burden of the state in terms of supporting companies. That for me is important. Growth of the economy, sustainable jobs, it will go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella, much appreciated. Sibongiseni.
Thank you very much. I think I'd just like to thank everyone and appreciate the opportunity to share what we do at Transnet Pipeline. We are passionate about what we do. We say we're keeping the inland market wet, and I think we do the best that we can given all the challenges that we are facing. And I think we have prevailed, and I think we are going to prevail. And probably it's quite difficult to talk after the previous speaker and what talking about the SOC, but I think probably Transnet Pipeline is one of the divisions of Transnet that we think we are passionate about what we do, and we do the best that we can to make sure that we fulfill the requirement of our customers. And the next part, I think it's all of us were involved in transportation, and we all use fuel one way or the other. So my appeal is that we just need to make sure that in our dealings, we don't encourage the illegal trading of fuel, because it affects all of us. Initially, I think it was more on trucks and all of those things. I think the more that get tied up, and then it now moves into the pipeline. So I think we need to make sure that whatever we do, we discourage the market, because if we can do that, then there's no need and appetite for people to go and want to steal fuel because there's no one who's going to be able to buy the fuel. So is my appeal that if there's any information that is there available about potential fuel dealers that probably are not legal and are not licensed, let's make sure that authorities are aware and we can be able to to nip this thing in the bud, as they say, so that we can focus on actually growing this economy, because I think it needs all of us and our attention focused on the right things. Currently, we are more focusing on fighting fires than focusing on growing the economy. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sibongiseni, for those wise words. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, let's give a hand to our panel. It was an excellent panel this afternoon. We really appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us, and hopefully we will see a lot of you with the Transport Forum in the future. Ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is that we have two organizations, CTRAC and Standard Bank. They couldn't take up communication desks today or booths, but they said they have three gifts each that they can actually, give to the audience. And they asked me to run the competition. So I'm going to ask you a question, and then let's take CTRAC first. They've got nice goodie bags and so on, CTRAC goodie bags that they want to give away to people, promotional items. It's very nice bags and stuff. And they've got 3 available. So I'm going to ask you a question, and the first 3 people who answer the question correctly in the chat room, they will be the winners. So get your hands ready for the chat room, and let's see who knows the answer of this. And the first 3 people will win the 3 CTRAC gifts. So the question is, how old is the Transport Forum in years? See, the answers are coming in. I see one of them is correct. Still waiting for correct answers. We still need some answers coming in nicely. All right, congratulations. The Transport Forum is 14 years old. So great stuff. The winners then is Isaac Sitole. And let's scroll down here, Len van Driel and Netolano Nse. I don't know how you pronounce your surname, but congratulations on that one. All right, so the next question then for the Standard Bank gifts. The Standard Bank, they said they've got USB devices they want to give away. So the question is, who's our hosting organization today? The first 3 people answer correctly will win the Standard Bank gifts. There we've got the winners. This is University of Johannesburg. So Isaac, let's see, Isaac, I think you won the first one. So let's give somebody else an opportunity. Am I correct? Yeah. Let's give somebody else opportunity, Isaac, if you don't mind. Okay, the winners are Jacqueline Ferreira, Sibuti Bakwane, and Beyond the Brain. Congratulations, guys. You will receive your gifts through courier services, and we will be in contact with you soon. So ladies and gentlemen, this was great, and it's the first time we've done it this way around, using breakout rooms as booths. We will ask your feedback afterwards. How did it work? It seems to me it's been lots of fun. Thanks to all the sponsoring organizations for sponsoring all these gifts and having us in the Transport Forum possible. We really, really appreciate it. And I just want to put it off the screen here. Our sponsor organizations, our alliances, the Transport Forum is being made possible by these organizations in terms of funding, and obviously like in terms of all your attendance and support as an audience to the Transport Forum as an industry. And we really appreciate that. So we've been hosted by University of Johannesburg today, and I would love to give Dr. Josh Mageto some opportunity to close the event for us. Thank you very much, Josh.
Good afternoon, Ari. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Yeah, so thank you, Ari, and the entire Transport Forum team. Honestly and sincerely, the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, as well as the ITLS Africa, is very privileged to associate with yourselves and also the Transport Forum in full. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it was a privilege to host you during the 2021 Transport Month, and we believe that you have gained from all the discussions that have taken place today. Ourselves, as the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, we have listened to the insightful presentations and the discussions, and we believe that with this knowledge, our public and private entities are in very safe hands. However, we notice that disruptions and uncertainties in the current business environment is going to continue into the future, and only resilient organizations are going to survive. As Bill Gates tells us that success today requires the agility and the drive to constantly rethink, reinvigorate and react and reinvent. That is the way forward for all our organizations. So we take this as a privilege to host the Transport Month for this year, 2021. And thank you very much for attending and participating, Dangi and Salang Center.
Thank you so much, UJ. We appreciate you. Thank you, everybody for attending and for your support. We really appreciate it. Please take care. We see you at the Transport Forum soon again. Enjoy your month of transport. Thank you very much.